on it. She just had a comments.
I had a senior moment last Tuesday and told you that you needed 4 votes to pass the motion, and you don't. You need 3. So the first motion for the Peace Officers Association to grant 100% exemption was the motion, and the other motions made after that are not valid or not needed. And if you want to do something, you could acknowledge the memo from the auditor's office, but I don't know that any action is necessary.
So with that first motion that was made to grant 100% exemption, the auditor's office says that's where it stands right now. I suppose if the board wanted to do something different, they could now.
Any comments from the board? If not, we'll just accept that explanation and thank Karen. Thank you. And proceed.
Okay. The next thing on the schedule are the lists that we provide you. There's 2 lists there. One of them we call a no change list. That is property owners who we have talked to. We don't see anything wrong with their assessment. We recommend to the board no change in the assessed value. The property owner has been made aware of that and has chose not to appear here. Now, on both of these lists, there are some property owners, they're very few, but there are a few who we just have no contact information with and can't get a hold of them. But we have made every effort to do that. And if they were serious enough about it, they'd be here. But they have chosen not to. The other list is what we call a STIP list, where we have looked at the property and we have found something in error, and we recommend to the board to make the change as indicated there. And we have informed the property owner of that, and he has accepted that and chose not to appear here. Now, an explanation of what we do when a property owner appeals his assessment. The first thing that our staff will do is go look at the property, talk to the property owner, and look for some data information that we have wrong. Do we have a finished basement when there's not? Is there more depreciation than we've estimated? Any data is what we look for first. The second thing we look for is to consider, is the property worth what we have it assessed at? And we work our way through this process, and if we have something wrong, we make a recommendation to the board to change it. There is no sense in dealing with these one by one, and it seems silly to require the property owner to stand up and make an argument when we recommend that you change it anyways. So we provide all of these to you on these lists to act on at once. Make this board process go a little bit quicker and easier for the property owner.
Okay. Any comments from the Commission or Board of Equalization? If not, do we have a motion?
Can we make a motion for both lists to be accepted, Shannon?
I don't know why not.
Okay. Mr. Chair, I would move that we accept the no change list and STIP list as presented.
Second.
Motion is second. Any discussion?
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
I'm going to abstain on this vote because I see my wife's name is on here. Probably wouldn't be good for me to vote on that one.
Any other comments? If not, do we need a roll call or anything, Karen? Okay, all in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carried.
Okay, with that, you have just acted on a lot of appeals. That makes our board process a lot easier. If the board were ever to have a question even after this process, we can look up one of these properties and give an explanation. We're certainly not prepared to now, but somewhere an appraiser has some notes on one of those properties if you ever did want to know. The next thing on our schedule, there are several of them there. There's Engel, Wessel, and Logan. Those are omitted properties. at the last time this board met, the board added property that was omitted from the tax roll. The law allows the property owner to come back and then argue if that value, if they think that value was incorrect. So that's what we're doing here, is just to allow the property owner. The board doesn't have to take any action, but I should ask, I know there's, Lori Wessel is not here. Is there Annette, is it Tana Engel, or a James Logan? And I didn't expect them to be here. But we have to allow them that day to come here, like their own personal assessment notice and appeal. But we've been in contact with them and don't expect them here. So we're going to skip over that. No action is required on that. Then our first property owner that we have to deal with today is Richard Borkeville. And Joe is our ag, this is an ag property, I think.
No, it's a residential.
Oh, okay. Joe is our ag appraiser, but this is a residential property. And property owner is here. So we will let the property owner speak first. You can explain to the board whatever you like. And then Joe will respond to that, provide some information, and the board members could ask questions. And they'll make a decision, and then we'll go on to the next appointment.
Good morning, board. My name is Richard Borkovic. I'm appealing my property taxes at 1276 DeGeese Drive is my address. I appealed them for the last 3 years. They've been lowered the last 2 years, but in 3 years, my property taxes have increased over $20,000. I've checked several of the properties next to mine with similar square footage. Some have a little bit less, but there's no more than probably 100 square foot difference. Some of them are priced $20,000 to $30,000 less than my property. I can't figure out how they came up with the assessment for my property.
Mr. Chair, may I ask, you said your taxes increased 20,000?
My property tax value, excuse me,
okay, I'm sorry.
has increased over $20,000.
Okay.
2 years ago, it was $184,000. Last year, it was $188,000. This year, they have me assessed at $204,000. No changes have been made to the home. The street continues to deteriorate, hasn't been fixed. And my taxes continue to rise.
Any questions from any of the other commissioners? Okay, Joe.
His house is the subject house, the largest picture there. The taxpayer came into our office. I spoke with him, and I went out to his house, and I did a walkthrough through the house. I did not see any changes that I was able to make as far as fixture counts or anything that would affect the value of his house to bring it down. I looked at the comps that we had on our system, and based on that, I made a recommendation to go to $196,700. At that point, he decided to come in for an appointment, and so I'm recommending a value of $196,700.
So can I look at the other comps, please? I just kind of like,
So, can you scroll down
they're
so
kind
that
of,
the grid comes up like this? What are you?
Want the picture bigger?
Or
well, I'd like to see a few of them, just to kind
Okay.
of see, since I'm familiar with that area, I just kind of like to see.
Click on the
if you go up, back
reference
up.
number.
Oh, to the reference number.
Yeah. Let's go with comp number 3. This house is smaller, has a smaller garage, a little bit smaller basement finish. But when you look and do the calculations to come up with adjusted sale price, this house says adjusted sale price is $211,000. And then you could, very similar, go, I think you click exit there. Oops, and go back in here.
Second one.
And back to comp page. Then go to comp 4. Yep. The sale price on this house was $257,500. This house is larger, has a larger garage and more basement finish. When I take those things into consideration, the adjusted sale price on this house comes in at $207,000. What we do is we make adjustments to make this house equal to this taxpayer's house, and that's what the value would have came in at that time. So based on those two sales alone, the $204,000 assessment is not really out of line. However, when I consider all the comps, and I also looked at the other properties that the appellant had talked about, I felt that the value that I recommend, $196,700 is a good value, it's fair, and equitable for the neighborhood.
The property directly aside my home has 1,141 living area. Mine has 1,156. His is assessed at 191,000, and mine's assessed at 204,000. There's less than, well, there's actually 15 more living square foot in my house than there is in his.
However, is there a difference in the number of bathrooms, in the way that it's finished?
His has the same amount of bathrooms, same amount of bedrooms. Total living area is 1,141. My total living area is 1,156.
He's recommending
His assessed value went from 181 to 185 to 192. I
And so
can't understand why the raising of properties is going up so high.
How much is your acreage, your lot size?
Lot size is, where's it at? I believe it's the same. Looks like 0.18. Lot size is 0.18. His lot size is 0.18. Exact same size lot. Both of them are assessed at $31,800 for land.
Okay, so the land is in your
All the
opinion
lots are
equal.
basically the same.
Okay, so you're arguing the house value?
I'm arguing the house value, yeah.
Okay.
All the lots on the block are virtually the same. All the houses were built the same year.
So if, I guess I'm always curious, because I am somewhat familiar with that area and recent sales out there, and I mean, they're all going over 200,000.
Are those brand new homes?
Yeah, all along the Geest.
I can't find any homes that have sold for over 200,000 on the East.
Oh, well, I do happen to personally know of some, so, I don't know where you looked and how I experienced that, but.
Any other questions or comments?
Mr. Chair, I'll make a motion that we uphold staff's recommendation of a total of $196,700 in assessed value.
Second.
Motion is second. Any further discussion? If not, those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carried. Thank you, sir.
Thank you for your time.
Next item.
We're ahead.
Yep. Next one is Fairway Hills. This is a property that is a 47-unit, am I correct, 47-unit condominium complex?
47, yeah, it's 48, but there's two of the units been combined into
Had been
one.
combined. Yep. Okay, so 47-unit condo complex, and the owner has appealed the 42 units that he owns.
Correct.
You can go ahead.
I had this.
And here, there we go. Thanks, Mike.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Morning.
The 47 units, 48 units that we're talking about is the Park West condominium community out at Fairway Hills. Was an apartment complex for a number of years. If you look at the 2008 assessment, that was about the time of the year that we broke that up into a condo conversion. During those years, boy, that just really echoes. During those years, we had a lawsuit that we had initiated previous to that we were getting ready to go to circuit court, and your previous director had decided that we would want to settle that. And so we came to an arrangement where we had a formula. And so instead of arguing about assessments, we came in and argued about the cap rate that would be applied. And that's the way it went for a number of years. Even the first year or two of the condo conversion, we were still applying that formula. Assessor's office decided that that was not appropriate, that it needed to be based on sales value. And I came in and argued, and much to my chagrin, Shannon pointed out that this was no longer an apartment complex, it was a condo conversion, and past history didn't apply anymore. And so I kind of argued about the way we'd price the units, and we made some adjustments, and so that's what you see in 2012, 2013. The units are still listed for sale. They were valued at $109 in 2014. This year, not a huge increase, but when you multiply that times 42 units, it adds up to, you know, about a fair amount of money. And we have not increased our sale prices. Interestingly enough, of the 48 units, we've only sold 6 of them, the 1 double unit and 4 others, excuse me. The last time we sold a unit was in 2011. That unit was resold a year later for $6,500 less than we sold it to them. We've not had even an offer since then. 2 of the units that have been sold are currently listed for sale. They've been on the market for over a year, one close to 2 years. Neither one of those have had any offers. In fact, one of the units is asked if we'd buy it back, and that's a possibility. This is a failed condo conversion, and there is discussion about reversing it, going back and making offers to all 5 of the units that have been sold and reverting it back to apartments. We are currently leasing all of them. We have 1 unit that has been withheld from the market so that we can show it for sale. Everything else is leased. And so what we asked for at the city is the 2014 valuation. If somebody walked in and offered me $109,000, you know, probably would want to take it. The only thing that would stop me from doing that is it makes reversing it a little more complicated. And so if somebody came in and offered to buy one, I'd really have to have a strong discussion with our owners and say, hey, what do you want to do? Because I don't foresee selling these out at any time in the near future. The argument is that the units have been sold, have sold for substantially more than what they're appraised. In each and every case, we've sold the unit for about $112,000, $115,000, and then they've asked so that they can finance the improvements as part of the purchase price that we update the units. And so we've gone in and got electrical and plumbing permits from the city, and we've done some reconstruction, adding washer and dryer units to where a hall closet was, updated countertops, replaced carpet. And so all of the units that have been sold have those updates. And it's just a way that they wanted to finance that purchase. They wanted to be able to pay for those updates as part of the financing. And so the sale price of the units has not been impacted by those improvements. It's just the way those owners wanted to finance those improvements. And so to use those sales and say, hey, we need to increase the value of all the other units that are for sale that have not been updated based on the sales that are out there, I don't think is fair. And so we went to the city. We made this same argument. The city unanimously, the city board unanimously agreed with my argument and rolled everything back to the 2014 values. You'll see that in the 2015 revised column. And Shannon has kindly consented to having me come pitch this argument one more time. And so that's why we're here.
Okay.
Okay, Shannon?
Yeah, I'm very kind, and I'm glad to acquiesce. The local board did lower the assessment of these back to last year's value. The 2015 assessment, if you look at the information provided by Mr. Buckingham, these units were assessed generally in the neighborhood of 113 to 114,000. Of this condo property, he has sold several of them, and yeah, they, as part of the deal, they were updated, but the sale prices have been between 142 and 164,000. We have never had these properties assessed at what they're selling for or even what they're listed. It's the opinion of our office that the asking price on these is too high, and the sale prices here are high when we consider other condos in the area. And again, my opinion that this is not a failed condo project. This is an overpriced property, and it doesn't sell when you have it priced more than what people can buy a similar condo somewhere else. Mr. Buckingham has all of these rented, and he has stated that he can make more money renting them than he can sell them for what they would sell for, and that's why his price stays up there so high. And I can understand that, but that doesn't justify a lower assessment. I have particular problem with a lower assessment on all of the condos that are owned by one owner in comparison to those that have sold and somebody else has owned. That it isn't fair when the local board lowers the assessed value on these to, let's say, 110,000, and those that have sold are still up around 114, 115,000. That isn't fair just because he rents them out or owns all of the others, that there be that disparity in the property. They are worth what we have them assessed at. They have sold, the few that have sold for more, and he is asking a lot more than we have them assessed. And I would like the board to reinstate the original assessed value on all of these, and we have that on the information he's provided in a spreadsheet I have as well.
Any questions by the commission? Any further comments?
Mr. Commissioner, thank you. That's the first time that I've been told that the property is overpriced. And if that's the case, if I was to lower the price, that would also lower the assessments. I'd be interested to know what Shannon thinks that they should be priced at for sale.
113, 114,000.
And that's about what we've been selling them for. The list price is I've never gotten a sale for what we've listed it for. They're listed at 129. We always take 5 to 10% less. That, you know, even on Vista Park, the listing price, I just know that I'm going to probably accept 5 to 7% less than the listed price. It's kind of built into the listing, so that I have some room to negotiate. Most often they want something they want updates on Vista Park as well. And so, the listing price to me is not, I mean, that's the initial offer.
That's true. An asking price is not market value, and if Mr. Buckingham has said that he has sold them, ignoring the remodel, for $114,000 or thereabout, that is our assessment, then that is market value and what they should be assessed at.
Mr. Chair, if I might,
Yes.
I guess I'm getting conflicting facts, or at least conflicting assertions. And so how many have sold in the last couple of years?
None.
The last sale was in 2012, and of the whole project, 5 of the condos have sold.
It shows 6.
And the value of those 5? I mean,
The-
average?
One of those condos is a combination of 2, and it sold for $241,000. But that's a 2-unit condo.
Okay.
The others have sold between $142,000 and $164,000.
And they sold when?
The last one sold in 2012. The other sold in 2007, 8, and 9.
So why in 2012 and 13 did you have it at 4952 or 963, 4963, and then you dropped it down to 4,677?
In what year?
2012 and 2013.
I see values.
Totals. Sorry.
Oh, totals?
Yeah.
In 2011?
That was just a change in our assessment. They were, if you look up through the column there, assessed anywhere from 110 to 11, and it went to about 112 in 2013.
How can you take someone's property for 129, 131, 133, and then drop it down to 110? And then want to start raising?
What you're looking at is the years there that Mr. Buckingham referred to. We spent quite a bit of time during the appeal process working with him and a realtor he had, or at least a salesperson that was selling the properties, and we readjusted values all over. He explained to us that, as I remember right, the upper floor sells for more than the lower floor. And there's a difference in West End and East End, and we tried to adjust those values as much as we could. It's difficult for us to establish that with so few sales.
So in 2014, then you worked with them and then brought it back down to 4,677, and then this year brought it back up again. You see what I'm saying?
Yep. I don't know.
I guess my bottom line is you worked with them, you came up with a good price, and now you've raised it again. So I would say to leave it, my motion would be to leave it at the 4,677, 400. If anybody wants a second.
Mr. Chair, excuse me, on the local board, was a school member on that board?
The law requires that a school board member be part of a local board.
At least one.
Yep.
Okay. 5 sales in 4 years, 5 years, 6 years?
5 of the condos have sold.
Yeah.
It's not very many.
Any other questions or comments?
Not a motion. Leave it at take it back to the 4,677, 400, when he was working with him and came up with that price.
I'll second it.
I'm not
Other
sure,
comments?
where does that value come from? I'm looking at
Bottom line,
individual sheets.
4,677.
That would be the local board's value. That would essentially be no change.
Yeah.
No change from local board?
That's right.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, Mike, I'm not going to vote for it. Because I do believe that what Shannon said was right. Our job is to be equalizers here in this board, and when we have people who own the very same type of units within your own buildings that are assessed at more, that doesn't mean that we're equalizing, and that's the part that I'm stuck on. So I
Mr.
just
Chair.
can't.
Yes.
Madam Commissioner, I would argue that those 5 families should be in here as well.
Okay, any other questions? I guess I would have a question for Shannon in terms of comparing a number of the properties between 2013 and 2014, looking at some that were assessed in 2013 at 133,800, and they were dropped down to 110,800. What might have happened there?
We found some information that we didn't know otherwise. As I mentioned, we were working with Mr. Buckingham on the differences in those units, the location in the condo complex. We found out that the upper floor sells for more than the lower floor. We also found some of the units had been remodeled and others hadn't. So we found out some information we just didn't know about before. Now, specifically what, I don't know. That was 2 years ago. We are at 2015 now.
So pursuit of further information generated a reduction of roughly 300,000 between 13 and 12 or 14.
And move back up.
Looking at the bottom figure, 4.9 million versus 4.6 million. And in that respect, it's pretty rare to see that big a reduction.
Well, if they were over-assessed in 2013, they should not be now.
Okay.
Our goal here is market value on these properties, not to hold a consistent value through the years.
Okay. Any other questions? Do we have a motion?
We did. I first and Buskard second to leave it at no change.
Okay. With that, if there's no other questions, we'll have a roll call vote.
Buskerud?
Yes.
Barabee?
Yes.
Adcock?
Yes.
Troutman?
No.
Peterson?
No. Motion carried.
Okay, so now I wait.
Okay,
Our work is done.
let's see, we're
20 minutes.
Bloomer is the next one. Is there a Mr. or Mrs. Bloomer here? Okay. All right, and Dick Maresca from our office is the appraiser that will address this one.
Didn't know there'd be 5 here, so I've got 4 to hand out, just got some information here.
Thank you.
Somebody's gonna
Go
have
ahead.
to share there,
Go
I
ahead and
guess.
look. Oh, I'll be right with you. Go ahead.
And I'll just probably read this. I'd just like to say today that I'm not here just to complain that my taxes are too high. I'm here because the facts that I'm going to show you today prove that the assessment of my property for 2015 is too high, and that's what makes my taxes too high. I'm Michael Bloomer and own property parcel 36-09-253-006. It's located at 10408 Glenhaven Court, which is in the Hysiga area, 7 miles west of Rapid City on Highway 44. It's a rural tri-home located in an adult community that has approximately 40 residences. First, I'd like to say that because the assessors are required to assess at fair market value, they do have a difficult job to do. I also understand that properties can't be overassessed in value just because the county needs more money. Increases must be done by adjusting the mill levy. There's a legal limit to the mill levy increases unless there's an opt-out. This being said, I'm appealing my assessment increasements. I'd first like to address the increase of the land value and the way that everyone's land values went up in my area by exactly $5,000, no matter whether one owns less than half an acre like I do, or over 9 acres like my neighbor does. The 2015 assessment on my .48 acres is $47,900. This equates to a value of $100,000 an acre. My property is triangular shaped with just enough frontage for my driveway and 1 tree for landscaping. My neighbor, John Begeman, has 9.14 acres, and that's assessed at $106,500 for 2015, and that equates to only $11,650 an acre. When I checked with planning and zoning, they said that John would be able to rezone and subdivide the property like our neighbor Keith Lau has done. If he subdivided his property like if he subdivided 3 1/2 acre parcels and sold them for what you think my land is worth, he would generate over $140,000 of income, which is way more than his whole 9.14 acres is assessed at. And he would still own 7.5 acres. This equation defies the logic that his land is worth considerably less per acre just because it's a larger parcel. On my land, I'm asking that you reduce the 2015 assessed value to the 2013 level of $40,000. Dick also mentioned, concerning the building, on page 2, concerning the building assessment of 2015, I'm also appealing because of the unusual circumstances of our tri-home. To give you a brief history of this area, our tri-home was the first residence to be built in this adult community. Built in 1985, I believe it took 5 years before the first one sold, and it was bought from a bank because apparently it was given back to the bank by the builder. In our cul-de-sac alone, it took another 14 years for 9 out of the 10 lots to be built on, and 30 years later, there's still an empty lot today. According to the records of 2015, reappraisals used the cost method, which is new building costs, less depreciation, plus the cost of the land. Not only does depreciation have many variables, there are multiple other factors that affect the true market value of property. Some examples are a pristine $1 million home next to a trailer house with old cars as landscaping. Covenants, no covenants, water availability, winter access, terrain, view, creekside property, inside fixtures, etc., etc., etc. Therefore, with so many variables, I believe the cost method is a very poor way to assess property for true market value unless considerable time is spent on each and every property, inside the buildings and out, and by factoring all of the variables. Another way to assess is to use comps to justify value. Dick Maresca, who I have become to know and like, tried very hard to become reasonable comparables. And because of the uniqueness of our home, located in the country in an adult community, with the median age of a home buyer being 49 years of age, an adult community eliminates over 50% of your potential buyers. Now, Dick showed me 3 comps that have too many differences to use to compare values. One is a 3-bedroom double wide. One is a 3.33 above average tri-home with a basement, 2 baths, and no garage. And one is larger than ours, a 1.5 bath, no garage, on only 0.22 acres. There's way too many differences for these to be fair comps. In my opinion, the most accurate way is to assess property values to find true fair market value, which assessors are now required to assess property at, is to use the actual sales of the property as long as it's an arm's-length transaction with a willing seller and a willing buyer. This is also the primary means of assessing that the Director of Equalization is required to use for assessment according to the Pennington County website. Now, our property sold in 2006 for $112,000, and we bought it in 2013 for the same $112,000. It's a two-bedroom, single-bath, 1,070 square foot average build with minimal necessary repairs that had been done. This property had been listed on the MLS by 2 different agencies and was on the market for many months before getting the one and only offer that was from us. From the sales history, this property did not go up in value for 8 years, and now it's been assessed with a 13.5% increase for the last 2 years. In the past, this property showed slight increases in land values and correct decreases in building values because of depreciation. In 2015, both land and building took a large increase. The land took 11.65% increase, and the property took an 8% increase, with no apparent regards to depreciation. I'm asking that you reduce the assessed value of my building to a value of $75,300 and the land to $40,000 for a total assessed value of 2015 of $115,300. That's more than what I paid for it 2 years ago. This assessment allows for an increase in land value and 2 years depreciation on the building from my purchase date. I'd also ask that you lower the 2015 assessed values of both of the other tri-homes connected to mine, which also have had only absolutely necessary repairs done to them, and they're also appealing for the 2015 assessments for similar reasons. To additionally show that my property is overassessed, I'm also including a list of 10 sales from my community from the last 8 years. All of these sales show a lower 2015 assessed value than the actual selling price. My property on the list is the only one that's assessed at a higher selling price. The selling price, again, is the primary measure that the Director of Equalization is required to use for assessed values. Therefore, as previously mentioned, I ask my property be lowered to $115,300, which is still higher than the selling price, but a more accurate assessment. And then there's also other improvements of $1,000 on my property. That is for a 30-year-old asphalt driveway. I believe that that's been completely depreciated out, and I'd like the full $1,000 removed. I'd like to thank all of you for giving me the time to explain my 2015 assessed value. And I look forward to hearing from you that you agree with my assessment on our tri-home and the other 2 tri-homes.
Any questions for Mr. Bloomer?
Have you made any improvements since you bought it in 2013?
Nothing of anything major.
Didn't add any bigger garage, no bathrooms, no decks, anything?
No, I have 2 building permits that will be in the process for building for, but other than that, for the 2015, I do not.
Okay.
Any other questions? Dick?
I have a handout to give to you guys.
They have that.
Give you a minute to look at that, but Mr. Bloomer's correct. He has the end unit of a 3-unit townhouse. It has 1,070 square feet over crawl space, 2 bedrooms, 1 bathroom, a 2-car attached finished garage, and the lot size is 0.48 of an acre. If you look at the sheet I gave you, I guess I need one of them back.
Which, oh, yeah. One of
You can
these.
share if you want to
Share this
take.
one.
Yeah. We'll share.
You'll see on my recommendation that I agree with Mr. Bloomer that the land should be at 40,000. I did that by comparing it to a couple other house areas in Pennington County, and $40,000 does seem reasonable. I've compared it to Arrowhead Country Estates, where they have 0.55 hundredths of an acre and they're assessed at 40,000, similar type townhouse units. On the second page of that handout I gave you, you will find 5 land sales in this area to indicate what regular residential lots are selling for. That also will indicate that my 40,000 on my land is reasonable. The next page would be a map showing where they're at compared to Mr. Bloomer's. The next sheet, you're going to come to a comp sheet. Mr. Bloomer's right. There are no townhouse units in Pennington County, especially in an over 55 community. They just don't exist. So what I've done, I've taken 2 single-family units in Evergreen Valley. They're part of what Mr. Bloomer gave you. And if you look at that, my first one sold in 2009 for $155,000. I bought identical in size. It's a ranch style like his, built in about the same year. Same number of bedrooms, same number of bathrooms. It has central air. He doesn't, so I'd minus that. It doesn't have a fireplace like the sale does. It also has a 2-car garage, exactly the same size as Mr. Bloomer's. It's not finished, according to our records. And the size of this unit is 1,056 square feet, where his is 1,070. And it sold back in 2009 for $147 a square foot. Excuse me. Mr. Bloomer paid $105 a square foot for his. Like I say, it's the same development, same 55 community. My next sale there, the second one, sold in 2014 for $169,000. It's about the same size, a little bit bigger lot. Ranch built 1986, about the same as Mr. Bloomer's. It does have another bathroom and does have central air. The garage is exactly the same size. The square footage of the house is 1,108, where his is 1,070, so they're pretty similar. This one sold for $153 a square foot. Now, let me remind you, these are single-family dwellings. They're not townhouses. So you guys are going to have to kind of estimate what difference would be there. And my last comp that I used is a comparable in Chapel Valley. It's not in the same area, but it sold in 2014 for $135,000. It's a lot smaller lot, 0.22. It's a lot older, built in 1978. 2 bedrooms and a bath and a half, where his has 1 bathroom. It has central air. It does not have a garage, it has a carport. It's a little bit larger than his at 1,168, his is 1,070. And this one, without the garage, being older, sold for $116 a square foot, where Mr. Bloomer paid $105. And I'm sorry I can't find a comp to this. They just don't exist. Pennington County doesn't have any 55-year-old communities out there, and there's no townhouses like this either. So
I just bought one in Mesa, Arizona, and I can tell you, I wished I paid $115,000 for it.
in my opinion, he got a very good deal on this, and I'm not sure why, but he did, I think.
Mr. Chair, I do have a question. When you say the community is over 55, are you saying there are covenants that say that? And
how that works is when adult community is considered an adult community, when 80% or more of the households have 1 person in it at the age of 55 or older.
Huh.
And so in order to be an adult community, then along comes other things to create the adult community of it. If, for example, I'll have to say that tri-homes in an adult community out in the country were popular, I think there'd be more than one, which is mine, and the other two in the county of Pennington County. Ours apparently is the only one in Pennington County. Apparently there's a reason for that, because I think that if contractors saw a need or thought they could sell them, there probably would be more than one.
Mr. Chair, I live in one.
In the country?
At Elks Country Estates.
Uh-huh.
The second section, I bet 90 to 95% of the people are 55 and older.
Is it an adult community?
It is, it was sold as that, but we do have 2 families in there. Because you can't really discriminate because of age. Mm-hmm. However, you could certainly, if you want comparables, we qualify under that.
Yep.
Oh, definitely. Just so you know, in the future, it is there.
Are you out in the country?
We're on, no, I'm actually in city limits on the very edge. But we are still.
That's a big but, because
Yeah.
as you know, city property does not have similar values as country property.
Yeah, but we can adjust that out.
So Dick, you're recommending 118.3?
Yeah, that'd be correct. I'd be reducing the land to 40,000. I'd be taking off the driveway that Mr. Bloomer talked about with a building value of 78.3. Total assessment would be 118.3. That's about 5% more than he paid for it in 2013. I have also changed the land value and taken off the driveways on the other 2 units. They also appealed their values, and we did correct it. We did go through the other 2 units, and they need some TLC. They're been neglected.
So that's $500 more than last year's assessment.
No, it'd be more than that.
Well, you got 2014 assessment was 117.8.
Yeah, that'd be correct.
Okay.
That's my motion to reduce this to or take the assessor's recommendation
Second.
at 118,300.
Okay, motion is a second. I do have a question, Dick. Bottom statement, I recommend $40,000 for land for all 3. Does that mean each unit gets 1/3 of the land value in their assessment?
They'll all be assessed at 40,000 apiece on their land.
I see.
And they are also have appealed.
Yes,
I mean, we can't do anything with
and
them.
they're in agreement with what we've done.
Well, actually, you did take that action already.
Okay.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, those in favor of the motion say aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carried. Thank you, sir.
Thanks for coming.
Thank you very much. I appreciate your time. Thank you. Thanks for your.
Okay.
That's called well prepared.
The next name on the list is Mordhorst. We're not expecting him to come in.
Yeah.
But our 3, let's skip over Mordhorst because Mr. Doffenbaugh is here. And since he is here, we'll go to Doffenbaugh. And Joe from our office will have comments on that. And then we'll go back to somebody that hasn't appeared. So, Randall and Mary Doffenbaugh, and Mr. Doffenbaugh is here.
Okay.
Good morning.
Morning.
Thank you for hearing what I have to say here. My issues or whatever just concern the building involved, not the land values or anything else. I have a summary here of just the numbers that I'm talking about.
Oh, we can pass them down.
Oops.
Oh, shoot.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, just hand me, we'll pass them down.
Yeah, we can. Oh, thanks. I don't know how we got there.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
40,000 on the land. I took off the driveway.
And I guess the biggest issue I have is just not understanding the change. This was a pole barn that I built, my wife and I built 11 years ago. It's a dirt floor, no utilities. The assessments, I think, have been going down every year. In 2012, it was $5,300 for the assessment. 2013 was $4,900, and 2014 was $4,600. And then this year it was $29,800, a jump of over 6 times the value. It cost me about $11,400 to build 11 years ago, and I have receipts and everything on the major pieces or whatever for that cost. And I guess that's the whole of my argument right there.
Okay. Joe?
This is a permit from our office. I have one for you as well in here. As you know, Gordon became the deputy director last year. Following that change, I took over the ag agricultural classification for our office. In that process, I was following up on what he had started. I was on the Don and Baw's property, just checking to make sure that it was still ag and getting the classification that it should be, and it is. In the process, I spoke with his wife and went up and looked at this building, which is actually a hangar. We had it in as a farm utility building. When we corrected it to a hangar, it comes in at a value, as stated before, significantly higher. This permit, as you will see, is for $27,000. So I looked at, yesterday I was looking at costs of pole barns, and they come in for the one this size anywhere from $8,000 to $30,000, depending on the aspect of it. I also called a company that does hangar doors, and they said a door approximately this size would be about $5,000. The one thing that in our assessment, I do have this in as a wood frame building, I believe. When you put it in as a pole barn, which is what it really is, it does actually bring it down a little bit. So the actual value of the building is $26,800. So the total assessment and what I'm recommending will be $36,000 even. As a, this is a hangar. It's in now as a hangar. I need to make that one correction to a pole frame building, and the assessed value should be $36,000, which is correct, as opposed to the farm utility building that it had initially been put in at for whatever reason.
So, Mr. Chair?
Yes.
What do you use the building for?
I built it to protect a small airplane that I had built earlier.
So it is a hangar?
Yeah, and then I keep other things in there, lawnmower, bobcat,
Okay.
a small pickup camper.
So if someone didn't use this for a hangar, because most people, if he moves, it probably doesn't have a small plane. Do we still have to call it a hangar? Do you see what I'm saying?
It would
They
still
would
have the
probably use it.
components of a hangar.
But it would be a storage space as well, right? Because most people, like I said, it would have the components of a hangar, but it's still, I guess I would use it as what the use is for. So in general, I don't believe anybody would, well, not too many people have a small plane to put in there.
But
Space.
can we ever, we're looking at what it is now. And if someone would buy it and use it for something other than that, then I think they would be justified in coming in and proving that to us, and then we could change it. But for us to say, well, in the future, 10 years from now, when he sells it to someone else, if they don't use it for a hangar, then that lessens the value today when we know it is being used for a hangar. I don't think we can do that. We have today's use.
I appreciate that, Nancy. But going from 13 to 39.
Well, I understand that.
So,
But
And he's-
also the original building permit was for 26. So really, he's been, we didn't classify it right, so he's kind of gotten a break for several years.
Mr. Chair, I've got a bit of a hang-up. I've got a bit of a hang-up here on the building permit. Joe does say 27.5. Randall, who put that number on there? Is that the number you fed to him, or on the building permit, 27.5?
I'm not sure where that number came from. I don't, yeah.
Your cost, there's quite a difference, but your total cost is 11.4, and the building permit estimated cost is 27.5. Well, that's quite a range.
Yeah, but I don't know where they are there.
And I guess,
He signs it and fills it out. We don't fill it out.
no, I understand, but that's why, did you notice that 27.5 when you signed that building permit in 2005?
I don't know where that cost came from. I don't think I put it on there, or,
We don't fill it out for you.
I'm sorry?
We don't fill out your building permits for you.
Did you, it says this was a kit from Menards. Did you build it yourself, you and your wife? Or did you have somebody build it for you?
My wife and I put it up in about a month.
7,000, then maybe labor. Maybe labor included in that.
I agree.
That would get a lot closer than, that's quite a spread from 11 to 27, but you can.
Yeah, the door, my wife and I put the building up in about a month. The door took me about 2 months. My wife didn't help me much with that.
It's huge.
But it was a kit, and the whole door cost just $1,700 for the materials and the kit. Yeah, I don't know, I can't address what's fair or whatever, because I don't know what everybody else has. It sort of bothers me that the value of a building would change based on what it's used for. It seems like the value is.
So my house could be valued as a barn? I mean, that's
If it makes it more valuable, I don't know.
I'd go with that.
I'll ask your neighbors.
Okay, yeah.
My mom always said I was born in a barn, but
Yeah.
I think it was a house.
And Mr. Chair, I do have a question after goofing around here, but what about other hangars that are similar in size? Do we have an idea of what they might be?
I don't know off the top of my head. The other ones would be, the closest would be at the airport, which is certainly a different category, because if that's all they are. This is just on a single lot out in basically in the middle of the prairie. So I don't know the exact amount.
So because he puts a plane in it, he calls it a hangar, because he's got a plane in it. What I'm trying to say is if he built it as something else.
It'd be different.
You see what I'm saying? So he could build it as a storage barn and then put a plane in it.
But he probably wouldn't put that door on it if it was a storage barn.
If he
Yeah,
did, if he's ag or that area is, he's gonna use it for tractors and different stuff too, so.
A lot of the ag buildings built like this have a door like that to get in things like mowers or.
And that's my point, is that this, I believe, I haven't seen hangars look like that. That looks like a storage barn, not a hangar to me.
I'm sorry, I have too much ag background and I'd have to disagree with you. That is not a tractor door. That is an airplane door. And I'm just curious, because we have had things come through the commission in the past, like out east of Box Elder, there was a guy building a hangar, and it was very controversial out in the country. He had an ag classification. So I can think of that one right off the top of my head.
I can do some more investigation if you'd like.
I think it would be fair to him to do that.
Okay.
And, Mr. Chair, if I might, while you're at it, can you get a labor cost estimate for a building of that nature?
Okay.
Appreciate it.
And my question is, supposing that it did cost 27,500 to build new. Now our depreciated cost is 26,000 something. That's not much depreciation. Or is that also the increase in the
It's a replacement cost new.
So you're increasing the cost of the materials over the last.
Right, then
12
depreciating
years
it out.
Or 10 years. All right.
Okay.
I have a question. Looking at this sheet, it says 2012 assessment, 5,300, 2013, 4,900, 2014, 4,600. And then over on another sheet, this current sheet, says land value 9,200, building value 26,000. So what's the difference in the numbers? If the land value is currently 9,200,
That would have to be added into those numbers for the assessment. That they're just the hangar.
Yeah, I was addressing just the building.
okay.
This is a good point. This is ag land?
It is.
So you're
90-some acres, I think.
You're separating out where that building sits from ag land
No,
to get that kind of
No.
value, $9,200 for,
no, it's the property underneath the building's all the same. If it's egg under the building.
understand.
Yeah, that's the value of the egg land
Of
for
the, entire property.
for the 98 acres that he has,
Okay.
that this sits on.
But if those numbers that, from 2012 to 2014 related to the building and it was going down, possibly depreciation, then if that's a true reflection of taking into account depreciation, would you not take that same relative depreciation from the time the building was built till now?
You certainly could do that, but these numbers are for a building that is classified as a farm utility building, not a hangar. So if
but-
you looked at it as a hangar, you would see similar depreciation numbers as well, but we're not. We're looking at a farm utility building value, and then we go to a hangar value, which is the accurate way that it should be valued as a hangar.
Just separate out the increment relative to depreciation.
Okay?
And on a relative basis, from 5,300 down to 4,900, and then you just change the numbers and use the value of the hangar as you're classifying it now and apply the same relative depreciation. What would the number be from the time it was built?
Using the value of the permit,
Yeah.
so that would be, does that seem right? It would be 26,820.
Be how much?
Yeah,
How much?
If I subtract 400, which is the first increment, from 27,520, it comes in at 27,120. And I subtract 300, it comes in at 26,820.
From the time the building was built in 2005.
Just using these things right here. I mean, I would certainly need to spend more time taking that 27,000 evaluating the depreciation of this building from when it was added, how much it was. To do that
If
presently
if that's a valid premise that applies to this, is there a way we can revisit this after you recalculate?
I will definitely relook at other hangars. Deb, do we have any, how would we?
Nancy had said that, Lindell, that we should look at the hangars and see if he can do comparables and then bring what you're saying forward as well. I think those are two valid points on this.
Consideration of the property owner, you should set a time that you would want to do this, so if he wants to come back or wait, you know when.
And I would definitely be in communication with him as well.
What's your time frame for this in order for it to, you know, so you have enough time to evaluate what we're saying? Are you saying tomorrow?
I'm going to be
or-
here pretty much all day, but I'll try and.
Do you want it tomorrow? Do you want it,
I could probably have somebody else help. Yeah, tomorrow I can try and do something.
can we do that, Commission? Are you okay with that, sir?
Yes.
Are you okay with that, Randall?
1 o'clock time frame.
Are you okay with that, with
Coming back
doing that?
tomorrow?
About 1 o'clock.
Deb has the
I think
schedule.
that'd work.
You said 1 o'clock, Miss Nancy.
You have a block
Yeah,
at
just-
1 o'clock, so.
Just so I understand, what you're raising is the percentage drop in the depreciation, not just the $400, but as a percentage of the 5,300 from the
When it was built.
29,000.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, I've still got a couple of concerns. One is it all or nothing on a building? Either it's farm or it's non-farm, or is there split usage in the law?
No, there's no split usage.
So it's all or nothing?
Yeah, we have to make a determination of whether it's an ag building or not. There's no way to create a split use for a building.
Okay, well, over the years, that's what I was told, and I forget the guy's name now that used to come to my place. He's not retired, but he said, whatever the building's being used for that day, if I got my pickup parked in there, my car parked up, it's a garage. If I got a tractor in there, it's a farm building. And that's in law someplace where it's all or nothing.
So if he has lawnmowers and things like that, that's an ag building.
But it goes to.
But it's all or nothing.
It goes to the principal use argument. What is the principal use of the building? There are lots of factors. What kind of building is it? Well, what was the intention of its use? What is its current use? What is the principal use? But there is just simply no way to create a split tax bill for a building. You just can't do that.
And once again, it's all or nothing.
Yeah.
So whatever the building's used, huge building, you got one car in there and nothing else, it's a garage that day, even though it's obviously a farm building. And that's a little bit extreme, you understand, but.
I would disagree with that. It would be principal use. I understand what you're saying, and yeah, you might be right, but no, it's principal use.
This
Okay.
is on ag land, so I understand where George is going.
And of course, my follow-up question would be, if it is split, then he'd have an ag exemption.
No.
But
Because in order to have an ag exemption, you have to have owner occupied on the building. This parcel of land does not have owner occupied property on it. He has another parcel of land with his house on it that does have owner occupied, that any ag buildings on that parcel would get the exemption, but this one does not qualify for that.
And what he's saying is, apparently, and I haven't read the law, but I was told that a number of years ago, my house is in one section or one parcel, my barn's in another, so I don't qualify. Or one of my buildings is in another section, so that building doesn't qualify for the farm exemption. Mm-hmm. It's crazy. The other concern I have is this building permit 27.5, is that a number that we are going to use as a base of determining the depreciation?
Based on what I've been directed to.
Well, so that 27.5, is that plus or minus 5% accurate? plus or minus 10%, or is it just a ballpark number? I guess I have a question. I have a concern using that as a base number. Thank you.
Well, if you would go back and really do the research, 99% of the building permits are valued way lower than it costs. Because the higher you go, the more money you pay for the building permit, so they're not overestimating these costs.
No, I understand, but like in this case, if the materials were 11.4, and that's why I asked Joe to come up with some labor costs for a building like that.
Yep.
I can't imagine the labor being 16. Could be, but not likely.
But we didn't fill that out, he did. That's the difference, because we don't fill out those building permits. So, that's the difference.
I don't know where that number came from.
Yeah, I mean, that's just the way it is, so.
So
there
Lindell,
is-
Lindell, are you looking at the 27, or are you looking at the, how much he paid for it, or are we just looking at the number that a hangar costs and then taking that depreciation from there? I'm not getting it yet.
I think it'll be both. I think we have to look at both to come with something fair.
I'm just looking at the process, the basic process, whether it's the building's 50,000 or 100,000, the depreciation that was illustrated from 2012 to 2014 in previous assessments.
Right,
The principle involved in that is what I'm focused on.
which I understand. I just didn't know where he was putting that from, what number he was using that with, if it was 29, 27, or, anyway, okay.
Okay, the question is postponing action on this until
Tomorrow at 1 o'clock.
tomorrow at 1 o'clock. You're okay with that?
Yes.
Do we need a motion, Karen?
Have another
Or
question,
not?
if I could.
Sure, we can, that would be nice
Okay,
to
do
have
we
a
have a
trail in
motion to
minutes.
do that?
Yep, I'll first.
Mr. Chair,
Second?
He has a question.
Oh.
I'll second it, but
Okay.
It has to do with the owner occupied. Our property, it's one that I bought from my aunt. It used to belong to my grandfather, great-grandfather, actually.
Mr. Reader.
But there's 11 different descriptions for the parts, for the land there, ranging all the way from 150 acres down to I think it's 1% of an acre. But doesn't that, our house is on one of those, doesn't that all count as owner occupied then, all 11 partials there?
Is it ag property?
I'm sorry?
Is it ag property?
It
Yep.
We can certainly make it owner occupied, it'd be a higher levy.
Be higher
Oh.
taxes.
Don't want to go there, Randall, no. No.
Okay.
You're good.
We have a motion and a second.
Yeah.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
I,
Opposed? Motion carried.
Thanks,
See you
Randy.
tomorrow.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, moving back up, we skipped over Mordhorst,
You did.
just because Mr.
You did.
Doffenbaugh was
You
here.
did. You did.
Mr. Mordhorst is not going to be here. R3 has a recommendation on that. And then we will go to Anderson, and Joe has a recommendation on that, and I think Anderson is not coming in either. So the next two property owners won't be here.
Okay.
Good morning, Richard Rick, for the assessor's office.
Morning.
I go by R3, so if you ever hear R3, that's me. Mr. Mordhorst is not going to be here, as far as I know. This was one that I did not talk to Mr. Mordhorst. Roger talked to him when he was here and so forth. He had a note on here that Mr. and Mrs. Mordhorst wrote a letter to the commission, and they wanted you guys to read that, I guess, and as far as I know, you probably read that, saw the letter and read that, and I just recommend no, he didn't mention any value change or anything. It was about the construction of the road on the west side of his property down the section line. And there was no mention of any value change or anything else, so I just recommend no change.
That'd be my recommendation.
second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
Thank you.
You're good. Okay. Next one is Anderson.
Joe has a comment on that. We don't expect him to be here.
They called in and they canceled their appointment. I had visited with them about their property, said I didn't think there was anything I could do to make a change. They made an appointment anyway. They called in, they canceled their appointment. I'm recommending no change to their property. We need a motion to that effect.
No change, be my motion.
Second.
Discussion?
Question, is that for both parcels?
Yep. Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
Should say.
so we're clear on the motion, then, and any discussion? Hearing none, those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
Yeah, I'm looking at a schedule that has pages stapled together, and if we go to the 10-10 time bracket, we are expecting, on that second page, we're expecting several of those, but the bottom one there, on that top part, Jill Speck Asmara, Joe doesn't expect them to be in. The others we do expect, but they're not here yet. We're ahead of schedule, so maybe we deal with this one and then take a break. Because they're probably looking to be here about 10 and we're 20 minutes ahead.
So you're talking about dealing with Jill Speck
Yes.
Osmera?
She has two parcels out in Canada. I'd not ever been to Canada until within the last few weeks. There is not much there.
Where's it at?
It is in the southeast corner of Pennington County.
South of Wall.
Scenic, okay. I know where Scenic is.
It's further than scenic.
We are happy to do field trips for commissioners that haven't been to the far reaches of the county.
But anyway, this property it's a platted property in the township of Canada. It's actually the town. I had done some land changes, and then after reviewing this, being there on the property, I'm recommending a value of $400 for the parcel 1198, and for parcel 1201, a value of $1,700. And she was in agreement with these values and chose not to be here.
That'd be my motion.
Second.
Okay, motion and a second, and I assume the motion is for both parcels.
Yes, sir.
Any discussion? Is this in the city limits?
I'm not sure that Canada has a city limits.
Not even of a prairie dog town?
I didn't see any prairie dogs when I was there.
Okay, any discussion? If not, those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Thank you, Joe.
Okay, we have Stromer, Sam Benny, and Mitch Morris, and our office expects them to be here. Then later on, we go to the Rosebud Tribe. Those two guys that were here yesterday are coming back. They'll probably talk for quite a while. They're both attorneys. Then we also have Stroud family, which is another represented by another attorney. So we will probably get back on schedule later on, but the next several property owners are probably expecting to be here at 10, and we're not 10 o'clock yet.
Okay,
That's fair.
so what do you want to do in the meantime?
Well, I'd take a break.
Is Dennis here?
Do we need a motion for that,
I
Karen?
have his computer and I would authorize him to buy a
Yeah, a
new one.
motion to recess.
Dennis?
Would someone care to make a motion to recess until
So moved.
Second.
10:10?
10:10, recess.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
We have Stromer is the next property owner, and he is here.
Okay.
Hello.
Morning.
My name is Brooks Stromer. I wanted to thank you for the opportunity to visit with you and talk about the assessment. Maybe get information, that kind of thing, is what's important to me. We signed this, I guess, contention of the assessment base with Judy Stromer. I am the sole owner of the property at this point. In the meantime, when I signed that, we were both
Okay.
remainders and so forth from my father's estate. You know, I'm not sure what you guys have in front of you. I have a really rudimentary drawing just so you can see the land if you would like to see it and pass it down. And also an exhibit from the zoning, commercial and ag, if you guys would like to see those.
You would, please.
So obviously, I'm not contesting the commercial assessment of any kind. Since 2003, 20 acres has been zoned commercial, and for the life of the property, the remainder has been ag. In 2003, when that was rezoned, it was agreed, even in the staff report, that storage on that property was a good fit for the 20 acres alone, and the remainder of that 76, the 15.34 is its own parcel, is ag. I guess I would consider it ag for the purposes of, there's not much more I can do with it. I irrigate it, have ranch horses on it, and that's it. That's all we do. Just yesterday, cut all the ditches so that I could run water and cut hay on it. It's not the primary source of income, obviously. But based my interpretation, and of course, this is maybe where I need a little help, my interpretation of those three rules, needing to meet two of those three, at least face value, it certainly seems to. I can't see a reason personally why it would not. You know, and it's a significant amount of money. It's another $4,500 a year. In talking to Joe, and he's helped inform me of what would be required to fully meet those criteria, I would need to plat that 20 acres out. Well, I'll tell you, I'm in the platting jurisdiction of the city of Rapid City. They will put me out of business. If I plat that, it'll cost me $120,000 day one. They'll make me asphalt that road. It makes absolutely no sense for me to asphalt that road. There's heavy truck traffic coming in. You know, it would be 10 years ago, looking at it, my father made the decision to just rezone rather than plat because of that fact. Then it was $80,000. Now it's $120,000 to do that work. It would devastate me. So I really don't want to go into under the gun of the city of Rapid City for that purpose. And considering that it has been ag all this time with this business as a separate zoned entity, I don't understand the change, I guess, to raise the tax on it. Obviously, I'll do what the commission and Pennington County needs me to do, want to do my part. But it's starting to become, you know, like a lot of people would think, excessive. And this is maybe a side story, but I was talking to my family about, you know, wanting to build this and pass it down to my children. And in the end, they won't be able to afford it in 20 years. The taxes will be too high. It will not support itself if this progression continues in that respect. I just want to ask that you guys think about that and maybe help me understand how these things just, you know, the mill levy or the assessment changes from ag to non-ag. Thank you.
Okay. Any questions for Brooke? If not, Joe?
Looks like you have a question on the tip of your tongue, Nancy. But as you can see on Rapid Map, these are the two parcels that are in question. And yes, they have been removed from the ag classification. If you put the zoning on, and you'll notice up at the top left-hand, that red part, that is the part that is zoned commercial, and all the rest of it is general ag. And then you go ahead and turn it off, and you can see, once the red goes away, wherever that's at.
Oh, I gotta get back home.
You can see where the house is, and then the storage buildings on that first lot, and that is lot 55582. So the reason that the agricultural classification was removed is because of the primary purpose, principal use of the property of the 81.43 acres is commercial use, in that it's got the commercial buildings on it.
You mean the 20 acres?
The 20, yeah, but it's all combined, and unfortunately I'm not able to separate that out. And that's why I talked to Mr. Stromer about rezoning the property. The smaller parcel, which is to the south there, straight down that one there, does not qualify because standing by itself, it's not big enough. Yeah, it may have the principal use, but the income isn't there. Those are the three criteria: income, size, and principal use. So it would have that, but it doesn't have size or income. The one above would have size, but the income is from another source, and we're saying that the principal use is commercial. Therefore, we haven't granted it the A classification. And so that's the recommendation, that I'm no change.
May I add something? You know, based on this that I sent around with you guys, maybe I don't understand how the different entities of the county operate. So you have planning and zoning, correct? You have, you know, assessments, but it doesn't look like we have one entity that works or communicates with the other. I mean, this document specifically zones that piece separately, which I pay tax commercial on that piece. However, the remainder has always been ag. You know, when this process of building storage out there was conceived, it was granted in this fashion. It's fenced off. I mean, and I'm not arguing here anyway. I understand where everyone's coming from, but I just feel that there's a disconnect here between two department entities. I pay my fair share of taxes in the commercial. In the ag, paying non-ag for that piece of property makes no sense. I can't make enough money on it, nor can I make the legal decisions associated with platting to separate those pieces that would be economically reasonable.
Mr. Chair, may I?
Yeah.
You know what? I get what you're saying. I think every one of us do. It is a state law issue for us that planning and zoning operates differently than the Equalization Office, and it's very frustrating for all of us. And we keep hoping we can somehow get some of that. We're working on it, but
Sure.
you know, there's just a lot to be cleaned up.
Understood.
But I do want to say something, what was it, 3 years ago when we started down the path of trying to figure out what the ag taxation classification should be, how it should be defined, all of that.
Sure.
One of the things that, and we had many, many weekly meetings with citizens, and one of the things that the citizens wanted us to do was evaluate all ag properties.
Sure.
And we have been doing that.
Absolutely.
And so now consequently, you're kind of caught in that because it's been we're evaluating it again.
Right.
And that's how we find different kinds of issues like yours.
Right.
And it just is how it got here, just to help you understand that.
Well, in reading the codified law, you know, and it basically, it says the same thing as the form that you guys send out with the assessments, in some maybe further language. Again, when I read this, short of the fact that it is one parcel, zoned separately, to me, it meets it. It meets two of those criteria very fully. But again, maybe I don't understand the purposes and underlying legal language of it. You know, when it talks about feeding and managing of farm livestock, pasture land, it's nothing more than that. It is fenced separately. I can't lease that piece of property for the amount of the addition in taxes. I can't. Cost me more in fence to do that. I just, so I'm trying, you know, I'm not asking for favors. I want to do this right and I want to pay my fair share. No problem. But from my perspective, I just want to see what is right. And if I plat it, that makes no sense. I can't win. So if the law is specific in that it must be a separate individual parcel, then yes, the county needs to get together and work two departments, because getting a commercial zoning on it didn't mean anything then. And I would argue that if now I'm shooting myself in the foot by saying this, but here's the argument. Then why isn't the whole thing commercial? Why am I not being assessed commercial on the whole thing? If it was ag and now it's non-ag, why isn't the whole thing commercial? Why can't it be commercial and ag? I don't understand that piece.
And again, it was a request of the landowner to set it up that way, and we did that.
Sure. But you set it up as commercial and ag. And then out of the blue, and I'll just say, I wasn't owner at the time. My father had passed away, and directly after that, we got an assessment notice saying this is no longer ag. And I say, why? If you're going to assess, then why wouldn't the whole thing be commercial? Why wouldn't you say, okay, this is all commercial then?
That would be planning and zoning's call, I guess, not to push it off on a different department,
but they have determined that this piece is commercial.
They didn't determine that.
Understood. Well, they agreed to allow it to be commercial, right? And at the time, they agreed to allow the remainder to be ag. And then it was assessed commercial, ag, for years and years and years and years and years. This year, it's non-ag, raises at $4,500, which is what, I don't know, $350 a month or something like that, $400 a month. It's a significant amount of money.
Of course it is.
And, I'm not trying to play the poor me card, but, I've got kids, I've got families, and I would rather spend that money saving it for their college or doing something else, considering the fact that I already pay $11,000 in taxes for the place.
So if the 3 acres was ag all the way up until this year, because you determined it should be?
Last year that, in 2014, that it was actually the ag classification that was removed, I think.
That's correct.
And at that time, they got an assessment notice, but that was also during the period of time that his father passed away, and they didn't appeal.
I would have, had I known or had the opportunity, I would have appealed last year, just so you know.
But because of the extenuating circumstances, they didn't. So they're here today.
So Why did we change the whole thing? Like he said, it's either all commercial or it's commercial
We're
with
saying that
ag.
it's all commercial. And so if it's all commercial, then the lower one doesn't qualify either because it's not big enough.
But I'm not being assessed commercial on that 70 acres, right?
It's 80 acres, 20 of it is zoned commercial, so that means 60 of it is zoned ag. We're assessing it all as one because that's what we do. That's how.
I apologize, that wasn't my understanding. My understanding was that, and I could be wrong, that the assessment notice indicated it was non-ag, that piece.
Well, and that would be accurate.
That would,
So you have
non-ag,
20
the whole-
acres commercial, 60 acres non-ag at this
Zoning,
point.
that's not the assessment. That's the zoning.
and I'm still having trouble separating the two. Correct, 20 acres commercial, 60 acres of that parcel was ag, and another 15.343 acres as a separate parcel, but contingent to it, was also ag. So now I lose the ag jurisdiction, or the ag assessment value on the 15, because
It's not big
it's
enough.
no longer contiguous to ag land.
And you said you met the 2 out of the 3 requirements, and we haven't changed those requirements at this point.
Well, again, I mean, you're talking about my interpretation, my understanding of the codified law, which I've read 100 times.
Would you like a copy of that?
I can pass this to you here.
I guess my point is he's using 20 for commercial and 60 acres he hasn't changed, and if he hasn't changed it, and he's not getting any use or money out of that property, that's raising that property value for something that's been ag for years. To me, doesn't make sense. How about that? And he fits the criteria.
It's a double-edged sword. If you're not getting any money out of it, and you are getting money out of the commercial part of it, then the principal use of that property is commercial.
Yeah, but it's separated out when he has a certain amount that says it's commercial, and he's been using it that way for a while.
I'd like to add something here. The issue here is property assessment. We have nothing to do with zoning, and I don't even know what the requirements are to change zoning. The issue here is the property assessment. Does it meet the criteria for an ag classification or not? And there's no reason to expect that zoning and tax classification will always be equal. I am sure there are many properties where it's different. There's a different set of standards. I don't know what the standards are for zoning. This is Board of Equalization, and we're looking at the assessment classification.
And I appreciate that, Shannon, but as a business owner too, you got to be able to make some money off that. So if you can switch that and say that, but it's, to me, ag is something that also, if it fits that classification, if it doesn't have infrastructure, if it doesn't have anything but to use for hay or something like that, to do with, you got to be able to make money off it to pay for an assessment. And does that mean he should go ahead and have to sell some of that land in order to pay those taxes? That, to me, that's, and I understand where you're coming from. I'm not disagreeing with you in a sense.
And
but
I do too. I think, other than the difference between the two entities.
Our job is not to ensure that he makes money off his property. We have a state law that
I
dictates
understand
the
that.
classification. And regardless of whether the property is profitable for him or not, we look at that law that dictates the classification.
I understand that, but if he's meeting those criteria, and then all of a sudden now we're taking the criteria off and saying, no, we think that's all commercial. I just don't see that would be all commercial. It'd be the PC saying, and the other would be ag. So that's what I'm.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to know, the property, your property is everything in the yellow?
No.
The red.
The red.
Everything in,
Airport, that yellow line is the airport dividing line.
So everything around it
Okay.
is ag? Still doesn't.
Yes, short of
It doesn't, no.
the red on my piece, and then there's one other property, Murray's property on Highway 44 there that is commercial.
Well, where's the 15.32 acres or whatever?
That one right there.
Directly to the south.
But that's not in the red.
It's just because I searched for the other number, the first ID number.
If
It
you
didn't highlight this one.
take a look at that little drawing, that's why I put my red line on that Google drawing so that you could see. I just put COM, that's commercial, and the rest I put ag.
And I know we don't supposedly care what people zone on their property, but if that was commercial, I'd tell you, if you were gonna zone that in the city commercial, that would be worth some money instead of ag. And if you wanted to zone his property into commercial now, boy, no wonder the totals are gonna go up a whole lot compared to ag. But everything else around there is ag, and I can see if he's gonna develop, I know that doesn't matter to most people, but, in your assessment. But he does fit the criteria for the acres he's talking about and has for years. All of a sudden, why are we saying now that we've gotta split it and we believe it's commercial? That's why I'm saying that, is because you can't just change to this year after it's been like that 60 years. We are. It's been ag except for 2 years.
But you have to qualify for it every year.
And he says it right here, he does.
Well, but we are saying he doesn't.
Can we explain why I don't? Because that maybe is what I don't.
Joe went through that, so maybe you need to do
It's
that again.
the principal use of the larger parcel is commercial because of the storage on it and what it's there for. The other area, yes, it's fenced, it's zoned ag, but the primary purpose of this property, the principal use, as per codified law, number 2, is commercial. And so the income is not from ag. The principal use is commercial for those storage sheds. And the third criteria is size. That parcel meets it. The lower parcel, this one doesn't meet ag. The lower parcel doesn't meet it on its own. Because again, it comes down to income. Income is somewhere else. Principal use could be ag, but it's not big enough. It's 15. And it has to be contiguous over 80 in order to qualify as ag. So unfortunately, in this case, because the top one does not qualify for ag because it is commercial uses as a primary use, principal use, the lower one falls out because it is not big enough.
Mr. Chair, if I might.
Go ahead.
You got 2 parcels, 15.32, that's legally identified as a separate piece of ground.
Yes, sir.
And you got 81.43 acres that's identified legally.
Yes, sir.
As a piece of ground.
Yes, sir.
That's 60, that's ag. Can you identify that legally without plating?
Did our best with this.
But
That's the best we could do, short of plating it.
you
Put
can't
myself out of
legally
business.
describe it by southeast, northwest, all that business. You can't legally describe it?
Yes, it's legally described.
Oh, no, can you legally describe 60 acres out of that 81.43?
Based on zoning.
No, can you legally describe it by
The only way to
southeast
legally
of
do
the
it would be
northwest
plating.
quarter of the, you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, he said the only way he could do it was by plating.
Okay.
Okay,
So the rest of my question is, if you can't identify it legally, then my question to I guess, to whoever might have the answer, is how much control does the city really have over Pennington County?
A lot.
Well,
Mile,
you gotta
3
show
mile
me,
limit.
you gotta show me in writing.
I'm in the 3-mile limit. And that puts me under their legal plating jurisdiction, and
And their legal plating codes.
Well, I'm sorry, I got a problem with that. I really do.
you too, but but again, trying to follow it is what it is. I agree with you, George, and short of annexing me, I'm right under their gun. There's a lot of things I cannot do with the property because of that. I'm very, very limited. But the minute I go in to plat this and separate that 20 acres, which I'll tell you it's not a bad idea for me.
Right.
It wouldn't hurt, especially when we're talking about these types of concerns and issues. They would put me out of business. I don't have $120,000 to accommodate what they are going to require of me. I can't do it.
Well, Mr. Chair, if I might, I have a tough time, you know, of course, logic doesn't apply, I understand, but I have a tough time understanding why the city can be that ironclad, that totally restrictive on padding requirements. There's got to be some wiggle room in there someplace for this kind of situation. There's got to be some waivers. There's got to be some leeway.
As an engineer.
It's just crazy.
Working with them for years, it's the same if you bought a lot in town and for whatever reason, if you needed to connect onto their water main and that water main was not up to code, they would require you to put a new water main in all the way to the end of the street, whether it's in front of your property or not. It's the same thing they're gonna do to me. They're gonna require me to asphalt that road.
Bring it up to code.
Bring it up to their standard, even though I'm out what I would still consider to be in the country.
And there's no discretion whatsoever? Yeah, I just find it impossible to believe.
It would be awfully difficult. I guess what I could tell you is I haven't attacked it. It would require variances approved by the city of Rapid City to not have to do that. But at this point, and what my father knew and what they told him back then, and in writing, that would be a requirement.
Okay, so we went from ag to non-ag. What was the difference on the totals for him?
The difference,
When you had it ag.
Okay,
And now
on
you
the-
have it non-ag on the,
10,500 versus almost 14,000.
in 2013, the assessed value was 527,900. And then in 2014, it went to 709,300. And that's not separated out into buildings and land, but that's the difference on parcel 55582. On 49244, the land, and there's a few buildings there, that assessment was 9,200 in 2013. In 2014, it went to $48,000 as non-ag.
I appreciate people paying their taxes, but I'll just keep saying this. We're gonna tax people out of their properties or make them sell it so they can afford it? And that's not your fault, Joe. I'm just saying, you're doing your job.
That is
Got my
my
heart.
sole reason for being here. If I thought it made sense to pay it, I would do it. But considering the amount that I pay in taxes already, and what it's gonna be in 10 years, again, I'll never be able to give this to my kids. I won't even be able to give it to them free of any lien or debt because they'll not be able to afford it. I'd have to create a trust that would pay for this thing.
Okay, clarify for me, Joe, if you can and will, between these two sheets of paper. This one says 631,900, and this one says 716,200.
Yeah.
What numbers are we working with?
This one, 716,200 on parcel 55582.
I can clarify.
What does this sheet mean?
There was a mobile home on that one, and something happened where it got pre-registered, so the difference between the 631,900 and the 716,200 is the removal of that pre-registration of that mobile home. So I had to take it off so it doesn't get double assessed, because they already paid taxes on it.
On the mobile home.
Yeah. So that's the difference.
That makes sense.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we need to, I think we've explored most of the details. What's your wish as a commission?
Not to charge someone from 9,200 to 48,000. There's gotta be some kind of compromise when we're hiring people's taxes. Because everybody's budget and things they do, and I understand we need to do things right here at Pennington County, but if we keep doing 10,000 to 48,000 and that kind of stuff, you gotta be able to prepare for that, and to pay those taxes in a year is, holy cow.
Well, I totally agree with you. That's exactly why we've been trying to get the laws changed in Pier, and it isn't done yet. So we have to work under what the law is now. I can't break the law.
Do I not meet it? And it's specifically because it is its own parcel, correct?
Does he not
Is that
mean-
correct?
Yeah, I know, you don't meet it.
Short of the zoning being its own, that makes no
Yeah,
difference.
we all agree with you, but zoning is a total different program than taxation, totally different. I know it maybe doesn't make sense, probably doesn't make sense to any of us up here either, but it is, like Shannon said, in equalization, they don't care what it's zoned, basically.
Yeah.
What's it used for?
Yeah.
What's the principal use?
Yeah, Brooke, don't confuse the two.
Understood.
Do not.
Yeah, well,
And those of us,
I'm
that
getting
li-
put together.
that those of us that live under it don't understand it either and don't appreciate it, but thank you.
Sure.
So there, I'm just gonna ask, so there's nothing you can do when you raise the taxes that high, because Pennington County says we are going by the law. That's bottom line, and we're just gonna stay with that no matter.
Well, do you want to break the law?
You could say break the law, or he has his property rezoned. We were breaking the law then, is that what you're saying? We were breaking the law all those years
You
and
can
now?
only do what is now.
Yeah, you can say that, but
Well, Mr. Chair, let me ask one more time. Out of that 81 acres, is any part of that you can legally describe without drawing up a plat? Is there,
It's as good as it gets, right?
you can't take out 40 acres out of there legally? Okay.
But
And you know where I'm going with this? If you can
I do.
legally describe it, you don't got to plat it.
I understand, it's not.
Okay.
Yep. And I completely understand that.
Okay, well,
You know, what can I say? I have to have one hell of a good idea for that piece of property in order to pay that extra $4,000. That's a lot. If I were even selling horses, I can't, I barely make that in hay.
Well, the thing is, horses aren't really considered an agricultural crop.
Good.
That should change too, but what can I say?
well,
Well, we're talking commercial now, are we not?
No, that,
If the
don't
whole
qual-
thing's commercial, assessed commercial,
yeah.
you just go sell it, because you.
then I better have one smoking good idea to pay the difference.
So at this point, my recommendation is still that there's no change for both these parcels.
So I want to just clarify. Is it the 631.9 that we're dealing with? So that is considerably less than the 712. Okay,
the other parcel is 48.3.
716, I'm sorry.
There's no, second parcel to 48.3, if I got that wrong.
That's correct.
It was 9,200 before, in 2013. Now it's 48,000. Because Pennington County's gonna make some good money this year, switching their,
No, see.
following the law. There's gotta be something to help the people bust screwed to the
No,
point
no,
where
see,
it's-
the thing is, if we lower his, then you and I are gonna pay it. See, we gotta collect this money.
How'd we pay it before without his
And so,
48,000?
we
How'd we
gotta
pay it
collect
before?
X amount of money.
Tell me how we paid it before.
You note that I pay taxes on parking as well. For every customer that comes in, I pay taxes on
Not
that.
us, you know.
It's Pennington County.
No, we don't have sales tax.
Reference to what was just said, the levy for the county portion of the tax bill is the same regardless of whether it's ag or non-ag. So there is no more money to the county when this changes. The levy, the county's levy is exactly the same, ag or non-ag.
But who's making the money?
No, nobody makes any more money. The difference between ag and non-ag property is on the school levy. I don't know if this is in the city limits, but typically we have
not.
city levy, county levy, and school levy. The difference between ag and non-ag is on the school side. And Ron is exactly right. If one property is lowered in assessment or taxes, the rest make up for it. There's no more money, more or less money. The budgets are all set by the county, the school, or wherever, and any change on one property affects all of the others. Nobody collects more money.
How'd we survive before?
We better all start living with a lot less then.
That's the alternative.
It's what we need. And that's what we're trying to do out there. Just made it a whole lot harder.
So basically, by law, we cannot do anything for him because his land is by ag status is commercial.
Okay, we need to dispose of this issue with some action.
Mr. Chair, let me give it one more thought. I don't want to have that principle or that statute in front of me, but principal uses, in my thinking, isn't necessarily a precise definition. And I don't know that we might not have some leeway in deciding what that 80.32 or whatever it is, 81 acres. You know, I think we'd have the discretion in deciding what the principal use is.
I would think that law needs to be rewritten to be more cohesive and coherent.
We're trying.
I understand, but to me, I fit it. I'm still there.
Well,
It might be that they need you on their committee.
Yeah.
I may need to be there, you're right.
no?
That would.
And just so you know, your dad did attend those meetings. So I'm very aware of how he felt about it.
I'll be there.
Mr. Chair, I could look at this statute, and of course you can, you get 10 lawyers, you get 11 answers out of this thing, but I look at it from a common sense standpoint. Principal use, the most of the acres are used for ag. So if you look at principal that way, the 20 acres is only 1/4 of 80. So 60 acres is being used for hay, and that's ag. I think there's some leeway there.
What do you do with the 60 acres?
I have farm horses and I cut hay.
And farm horses aren't ag.
That's not clear. Like I said yesterday, all we have is an attorney out of the Attorney General's office, and he had a disclaimer. He said, this is the opinion of the author, not of the Attorney General. The Attorney General of South Dakota has not spoken on this issue yet, and I guess it's probably about time that I write and ask the Attorney General, the current Attorney General, for his opinion on horses, whether they're farm livestock or not. Well, we're operating under a myth, an absolute myth.
George, just because you don't like a state law doesn't mean you would get the right to change it.
Wait a minute.
We have taken an oath to obey the state law. Either you do that or you don't do that. I'm going to make a motion to leave it the way it is.
I'll second that.
Assessor's
We have a
appraisal.
motion.
I'm
and a
sorry,
s-
I hate to do that too, as much as any of you, but I don't know what else we do. We can spend all afternoon arguing about it.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion on the motion? Hearing none, those in favor of the motion say aye.
Roll call, please.
Buskerud,
Yes.
Farabee,
No.
Hadcock,
No.
Troutman,
Yes.
Peterson.
Yes. Motion carried.
Thank you. I appreciate you guys hearing me. I might collect a couple of those things today.
This one right here too.
Everyone's are down there.
I couldn't give you a name.
Okay, next item is.
Let me get a phone.
Sam Benny is here.
Good morning.
Hey, how you doing, Richard? Good, good. Okay.
I think my name's Sam Benny, and I have my son Matt here, the owners of the what we call the Graffiti's Plaza. In 2014, the assessment of this property went up. I was gone at the time and an assessment was mailed to me. So I didn't get into appeal that. It came in about double what it had been assessed at before. The Z-Merrick's Noodle Cafe space there had been added on, and then a remodel of the old bay of the car wash had been done in 2013. So that's the reason for some raise in this value. The back end of Graffiti's, which is about 3,700 square feet, is still there. It's just a warehouse space that's been listed with Sandy Rundy for lease for about 2.5 years since they built that addition on. It still remains unleased. It was listed at $5 a square foot, and nobody's leased it. So anyway, this year I did get the appeal filed on time, and I'd like to go over that a little bit with you. We've got, the current value was $1,367,000 according to Richard. Richard and I met, I gave him some comparables that I thought would affect the value. He took that down to $1,332,000, which I was not satisfied with, so I did appeal here. When the building value went up, they took it up to about $86 a square foot. That included restaurant space, a hair salon, and warehouse space. All told, that's the average, which is extremely high for the area. So I went out into the West Main corridor down there and went out and got, in my consideration anymore, it's not a car wash, it's a strip mall. So I went down to the strip malls down at 2120 West Main and 2060 West Main to get their assessed values. And those came in at about $55.74 a square foot and $43.34 a square foot. That's down where Little Caesars is and those places, Strain Chiropractic. So I put those values to this deal. I can give you guys a handout if you don't mind.
Sure.
Thanks.
Thanks, Sam.
You don't necessarily need to have to read it right now, but I took the space that was being used by Z-Merrick's Noodle Cafe and the hair salon, which is comparable uses to what's happening at 2060 West Main and 2120 West Main, because they have hair salons, they have barbers, they have restaurants, stuff like that. So I took that square footage, which ended up being about 6,500 square feet, I believe, for the total there, 6,415 square feet. And I took it times 5574, which was the higher of the two strip malls. And if I do that, I come up with a value of about $357,572 for that. The back end, the 3,700 square feet, I went out and got the spa place that's right above this one. It used to be Hot Springs Spa or something like that. Then I got the Caribbean Spa down the street on West Main towards downtown. And then I went up and got Peel's beauty supply place up at the deal, and they have office space, they have warehouse space, and they have a showroom. That came in at $13.65 a square foot for all of it. So I used the mid of those deals, which was $25.58 for the Caribbean Spa building. So I come up with the warehouse space at $96,104. So if you add those all together, including the land, which the land value has not changed, and it is comparable among all the properties over on West Main, I come up to about $1,000,002. It's right at the bottom of that sheet. If you go to the second page, I tried to break it down even further, and I went out and I tried to compare it to restaurants in the area. So I got the Golden Phoenix, the Millstone, and Ciabatta's. Ciabatta's is actually in the strip mall down the street. So you can see those values. So I took the restaurant times the highest one of those, which happened to be the Millstone, at $126,000 then for that. The hair salon, I took the Great Clips, which was the highest one of those at $63.70 a square foot for $223,000. And then we have the warehouse in the back at the $96,000, which was the Caribbean Spa amount. So we come up with close to the same value on that at $995,000. When I was visiting with Richard, one thing he had mentioned is when we remodeled, I don't remember the figure and he may have it, but the building permits were for $600,000-700,000, I think. So he was thinking, here it is, we've got a value that we had on there before at $700,000 or thereabouts. They put in that much more money, it's got to be worth that. there's more to his thought process than that, but that's kind of the summary. My point to him was, just because once in a while a guy's dumb enough to put money into something that doesn't necessarily raise the value as much as what you put in, that's my fault. It isn't necessarily a reason to raise it for a taxing authority. If you compare this property to the other properties that are like it in that area, the value of $995,000 is way closer than $1,367,000. So anyway, that's all I have.
Yeah, I don't think the building permits were quite that much, but.
I don't even remember. You told me, I didn't even.
A little bit over 400, about let me look at the card here. 440, maybe, somewhere in there, 440 to 450. So they weren't quite 600 and something. We didn't try to add that to it either. I did talk with Mr. Benny, and we had an email back and forth a couple of times and so forth. I sent him some things back. He was comparing the Z-Marks with the Millstone, and the Millstone is a lot older building. Yeah, it's built in like 1972 or something like that. And the other, his building is 2014, or 2013, I'm sorry. And so forth. So I wasn't trying to compare those at all. If I go straight across the street from the Z-Marks restaurant part of it, and look at Arby's right across the street, that's the same age of building and so forth, almost exactly the same size. I have it in a better quality than his building. I have his in just an average restaurant building, and I have the Arby's building at a little bit better than that, and then there's a good, and so forth. So I'm coming up with about $176 a square foot for the restaurant part of it, where I have 147 on his building. I did make a couple of changes after we had visited and so forth, and I put the back part of his building into warehouse instead. I had it as a service garage. They would drive in there and work on cars or clean them up or that type of thing. And we talked about that, and I did change that, and I put it in just as a warehouse, just as a storage area, because he indicated to me that he's just using that basically for storage. And is that correct? Okay, yeah. And so I did change that to storage, or warehouse area, and so forth. I have a breakdown of some sales of each of the areas in his, and we have the restaurant part, we have a retail part where the hair salon is, and then we have the storage warehouse. And it's a little bit different than a strip mall. I have a sale of a strip mall along Jackson too, that's smaller than his building, that sold for $900,000. I mean, we have a total of 10,172 square feet in his building with all three areas. And the sale property is at 6,480 square feet and sold for $900,000. And so that's, and the sale price at that is $95.20 per square foot on a strip mall. On his property now, after I made a couple of adjustments there, is at $72.48 a square foot. I'm actually coming up with a little bit less than what Mr. Benny mentioned there to start out with. I made the adjustment, and I'm at $1,321,400 on the property, including land. And I used some of the same ones he did. We're very close on the retail part of it, the hair salon part of it. I mean, if you look at Great Clips, which he mentioned in his, they're at $62.40 a square foot on that portion of it, and on his, we're at $60 a square foot. So we're really close as far as that goes, and that's fine. I think we should be, and I would agree with him on that. I have broken down each of them separately and so forth. I and I looked at a strip mall that's sold, and just looking at his entire building as a strip mall, and so forth too. Boy, after I made the adjustment to the rear portion of it into warehouse at $1,321,400, I believe would be a fair value in comparison. I don't know where to go from there.
Can I add a little bit?
Any questions for anyone?
So R3, do you have, I mean, I like the way Sam did this, and you talked about it, and I scribbled on it, but do you have something that is, okay, this, this, and this?
They didn't want us to attach all kinds of things. I do have it here if you want to look at it, absolutely.
Okay.
Here. I didn't make any copies, but,
Well, I can pass it down.
Sure.
Aren't we doing
And I
98%
broke
true
down
market
the
value?
first portion of it here with sales and so forth. Now, I guess maybe I just identified them. We can pull them up here if you'd like by the parcel number. But here's the retail portion of it, the Great Clips and everything. His is at 60, and I'm coming, here's our sales. Here's the warehouse portion of it, sales and everything. And then here's if you want to look at the restaurant portions of it, his is at $147 a square foot, and here's Arby's at $176. Millstone is at $45.66, but it's much older. And I don't think, and then I didn't even want to get into Popeyes.
Yeah.
That's blowing out of the water.
Okay.
But yes,
Okay.
you sure may look at that. I could make copies too if you'd like. We can.
Sometimes you give us a lot of figures
I know.
really quickly, and I'm writing along here, but then.
Yeah.
You know, one thing that was mentioned was Millstone's an older building. It is. They keep it up. They have a better location. They have better in and out. Traffic going by our place is fast. That there's a reason graffiti's closed, because we didn't get the business, okay? There is a reason that we're not able to lease the back end of this building. It's not in as good a location. I mean, we're at $5 a square foot.
Wow.
We could not get it leased. We just changed the listing. I don't remember what it was, but anyway, it's not like we don't want to get the darn thing leased. If you look at the back end, if you do a triple net lease on a commercial building, we do that at $5. Their taxes are $3 a square foot. So do you think, we just had a heating and air conditioning person look at it. When we told them they'd have to pay triple net plus the $5, they just walked away. In other words, by the time they pay the maintenance, snow removal, they doubled their lease. The building is not worth that kind of money. If you compare it to, because Arby's across the street has a drive-through, has circular drive, has a corner street, come off of, it's a better location. Millstone's a much better location.
And he definitely did not give you that rate. He just, I mean,
No,
you're considerably valued below Arby's.
Yes.
Yes.
But the thing I'm curious about is, what are you advertising to lease it as?
Right now is a warehouse.
Okay.
We'll do it as an office. I mean, she's trying to get anybody in there. It's not like we would.
I get it.
We would do anything.
Okay.
Yeah. Just like we did with the man salon. I mean, that was a total, it's where you used to drive out in the car wash.
Okay.
176.
If you go, you guys, if you go on a cap rate just from leasing that building, for what we get leased, and if I put $5 in there as if we were getting $5, this thing would net $80,000 a year. If you take an 8% cap rate on that, it's worth $1,005,000. That is the lease amount, adding the $5 in. So even on a cap rate, on an income basis, it's still valued near $1 million, not $1,003,000 something.
Bottom line, we're looking at 98% true market value, right?
What's-
The bottom line here is we're looking at 98% of true market value. What he can sell his property for at 98, and we get as close as that as we can. Am I correct? When you're assessing?
Well, our numbers represent 100%, of what we feel it is,
But they can sell it for?
That's what it's supposed to be.
Yeah, assessed value and the taxable value are the 98% dictates what the assessed or the taxable value ends up being by
Right.
reducing it, depending on what our
Right.
quotient is or whatever you call it.
If you look at the strip malls down the street, I don't know what would be better about ours than those. The same office has assessed those from 40 to 55. And ours is much higher. It does not make sense to me.
Well, the Great Clips, the strip mall that they're in is at $62 and some, Mr. Benny, and I have $60 on that portion of yours. You know, so I mean, we're very, very close there. And
Do you have a
you know,
tax history? Sorry, Richard. Do we have a tax history on this? Assessed value history? 2010, 2011,
Well, really, it's-
2013, all those?
Deb, I think it's stated about 700,000, right in that range. Oh, you
Okay.
guys have it? Okay.
I don't know.
Yeah, I can't read that.
Low, though.
Can I read it over here?
They've had to considerably change some of those
Too far from me.
areas in the last 5 years or more with banks and taking out Hardee's and
Yeah.
trying to rent some of those properties, and others, they'd had to redo the whole buildings in order to get them
It's too far away.
so they could be used.
The assessed value for 2014,
Yep.
which you said you missed the deadline for appealing, and the current value, the 2015 assessed value is 100,000 less.
Right.
How did that reduction come about? Mr. Benny came into our office and we sat down and visited about that and made a couple of changes when he was there. At that point, I made a change even after that to get to my recommendation of $1,321,000. But going from the $1,469,300 in 2014 assessment to the $1,367,600 in 2015, we visited about that, and I made a couple of adjustments while he was in the office right there, and that's how that came about.
So I'm assuming this was generated after you two met?
Yes. Last night.
Okay. I guess that's why I didn't see it.
I had given Richard a letter earlier.
Yep, that's correct.
And kind of along some of the same lines, but not all the information.
That is correct.
So we'd gone over that.
Okay. Any other questions or comments?
Were we behind in 2013 or something? Is that why, or as things changed on taxes? Because there's a lot of differences in 2012 to 2013 to 2014 to 2015 people's taxes in the last few years. Are we just
This was a car wash building, now it's entirely changed.
Right.
You know, I mean, it's got the restaurant in the front now, very nice, and the food is good, by the way.
Thank you.
And
Free meal?
No, I don't. No, that's okay. But the middle portion is retail now and redone into, you know, retail and the hair salon.
So in this case,
the back portion really hasn't been redone as far as that goes, but it isn't car wash anymore either.
So the bottom line is, in this case, 2013 is because the buildings were redone and you had to change them in order to make money or actually.
Yeah, that's what he's
Okay.
doing.
The purchase price of the building was $400,000, so whatever those building permits, I'm gonna tell you, I'm not the owner. Matt and his brothers are. I'm just up here talking. But that was the purchase price. It was from my brother and I to a related party.
Okay.
But in 2002, or whenever we bought it, we paid $400,000 for it. So we charged them the same as what we paid. So if they put another 400 and some in, I mean, they've got this, but in my opinion, if you look at what your own assessor is doing around that area, it makes sense that we would be treated the same.
And you have some comparables you guys
No, that's
set up
fine.
there to these properties?
Right here.
Oh, Those are his, but it's easier to see.
I can put pictures
Do what
of
now?
those that he gave you, but the system doesn't have comparables in here on the
Um,
commercial like.
If you would like the different sections there, I have a copy of the card here. I can, you want these? You want to take a look at them?
You're good, Richard.
Okay,
Thank you.
sure.
So it appears to me that we're not really arguing about the warehouse so much, or the retail in the middle. I mean, that's fairly close.
And I don't know what,
It's the
sorry,
restaurant.
Ron. I didn't know what he valued the warehouse at.
The warehouse, we have valued at $22.46 a square
Yeah,
foot.
you're right, Ron.
Yep.
That price.
So we're really looking at the restaurant, and when I look at Millstone 43, Ciabatta's, which isn't much of a place anymore, 43, Arby's 176, 147. I think we're maybe a little high in the restaurant part of it, but I don't know what the right number is either.
I have a question. Are the strip malls divided up and assessed in units?
No, sir.
Or do you set a value on, square footage value on the whole thing?
It's the entire building.
Why the difference here?
Because of the warehouse, probably.
Yeah, I mean, it's a different structure than a strip mall, actually. It started out as a car wash, and so and then revamped from there, and then added on even, and I could put it all into a strip mall, I guess.
Well, I'm just curious in that respect, you know.
I thought I did that. Hold on just a second.
The different strip malls I've seen aren't all designed the same.
No, they are not. You're correct.
And there's a lot of them that aren't filled completely. And
That's just left.
But-
We're gonna have a pizza place in it, though, I heard.
that's a rumor?
It's a rumor.
The one up by New Underwood, you mean pizza?
Okay, I guess I did that. I thought I had some notes on that. I think I did that. I got to know, putting into a neighborhood shopping center, which is a strip mall, occupancy 412, just average quality, 10,172 square feet, which he has in his building, the entire building, and the heating and cooling and the exterior and all that. I'm coming out with a value of $1,286,400.
Now, did I understand you correctly that you applied a strip mall?
It's just changing it from each individual section to a strip mall, yes, sir.
So,
But that wouldn't really be fair, because part of this is the warehouse.
Yeah, most strip malls don't have just
have
warehouse
warehouse.
space. You're correct. And that was one reason I didn't do that.
Did what you just quoted separate out the warehouse?
No, that's the entire building,
As a strip.
all the footage that he has.
Good.
So if you
It's
took the two,
building, that's the
the
issue.
restaurant and the hair salon, on the strip mall basis,
Okay, I'd have to go back upstairs and do some
Yeah.
calculations in order to do that one. But, yeah,
and then, you know, the warehouse is the warehouse.
I understand what you're saying. Yes, sir.
Okay, how do we want to resolve this?
just to ask you, or to kind of follow through what you're saying, earlier we had a piece of property and we said we couldn't split the purposes on the same piece. Wouldn't that be kind of what we're doing here if we take part of the building and turn it into strip mall and part of the building into warehouse? And I'm not sure that's, I mean, that seems the same as what we were talking about earlier that we said we couldn't do.
I think that
Am I
maybe the
wrong?
difference is this is all commercial.
Wow.
It's all commercial, and
Yeah.
it's one building assessment. But what both of these gentlemen here are saying is part of this building doesn't have much value as the other part.
Yeah.
But there still is a commercial building value on this assessment.
So you could go ahead and split the purposes?
No, in our valuation, we have to acknowledge that this end of the building is worth more than this end.
Okay,
But there is still, in the end, one value for this building.
all
Kind
the
of
way
like a
through. Okay,
finished basement or an unfinished.
That's exactly right, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you have a house where the basement's unfinished, but the
Okay.
top floor is finished.
okay, I just wanted to clarify that because it sounded like we were trying to do warehouse on the end and then strip mall on the other, and I just wanted to clarify that.
They're just talking about the mechanics of how they come up with the value, but there is only one value.
Okay, I'm good.
So, Mr. Chair, if I might, then, the Stromers have about 75 acres of unfinished basement. They're getting charged for finished basement.
Jesus. Okay. 75 acres of unfinished basement.
This sounds like the land assessment is good, it's the value of the building. That's the
Land
issue.
assessment along that whole stretch is exactly the same dollars per square foot. Yes, ma'am.
So it's the value of the building, that would be the issue.
Is it of any value in this discussion to recalculate this on a strip mall basis and bring it back?
Well, I think, Lindell, if you looked at it along Richard's lines, if you took that figure that he gave you, and you just took the difference between his $22 a square foot and his $62 a square foot, you'd take that out, it'd be close to 155 or 60,000 less than what he'd assessed it for, less than that $1,286,000.
Yeah, 1,286,400 is putting in the whole building into just a strip mall and let it rip the way it is.
And if you took the 3,757 square feet times about $40 a square foot difference, you could take that away.
That figure comes out to $126.46 a square foot overall. This.
Oh, yeah, the 1,286,000.
Yes.
But if you took just the square footage of the warehouse, because you had that at 60-some dollars, if you did the,
No, I got the warehouse at $22.46.
you do, but not in the strip mall calculation that they were talking about, in the 1,286,000.
Oh, I see.
See what I'm saying? You have that at the 60, whatever.
Yeah, whatever, yeah.
So if
and
you
that's- so
took that
that's-
62 versus the 22 that you have here, you got $40 a square foot times the 3757.
Which
If you took
equals,
that off the 1,286,000, at least you're closer to what? See what I'm saying,
Yeah.
Richard? Take 40 times 3757.
And you'd have,
That's, yeah, 150,280 off the 1,286,000. So you're at 1,136,000.
Well, I guess I don't,
1,136, 1,136, something like that.
that'd be my motion.
Second.
Would you state it again?
1,136,000.
Did we have a second on that?
Busker seconded it.
Okay. So we have a motion and a second. Does everyone understand the motion? Does anyone have any comments on the motion? If not, those in favor of the motion say aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carried.
Thank you.
thanks for this.
Thanks, Richard.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
That was a good motion, thank you.
Okay.
I was gonna make it too.
Next on our schedule is Mr. Mitch Morris, and he is here.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm Mitch Morris.
Morning. Proceed.
As I understand, I have one of my parcels of property that's being switched from ag to non-ag. And as I understand it, that's the issue, and I don't agree with that. It's still primary use is all ag. It's concurrent with all of the rest of my property that's all ag. All of the income is ag. It's been ag in the past. It has on this parcel, it has a construction yard that was used as a business. About 5 acres of this 27.5 acres was used as a business up until about 1990. The primary property burnt up in a fire in '88. Was used a couple years after that, and then since then it's been used as a kind of a storage yard. On it, as well as it has a track that I donate to a go-kart club, or used to. It's no longer being done that way, but it was used to donation to a kids go-kart club for uses. No income on that whatsoever. There's no income as a construction yard. There's no income as a business. It's concurrent with another 1,100 acres. It's all used as ag. A little over 50% of this particular lot still used as ag for pasture ground. The construction, it has no building values on it at all. It had a mobile home on it that was used as a temporary office for a couple of years up until about 1990. I am not positive of, the Equalization Office has been very cooperative trying to explain it to me, and I'm not sure I understand it completely, but the just change of this is about 168% increase. And I don't agree with that.
Okay, do we have Dawn?
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm Dawn Puckett with the Equalization Office. The parcel ID on this is 46725. It's a 27.48 acre parcel of land which fronts Highway 79 south out of Rapid City. For the 2015 assessment year, the classification of the parcel was removed from ag and put into non-ag. The resulting change was an increase in the land value portion from $15,900 in 2014 to $97,400 for 2015. The improvement portion of the assessment also increased $300 to $33,100 for a total assessed on the property of $130,500. The ag classification was removed based on what appears to be the principal use of the parcel as storage for construction materials and equipment. Mr. Morris was notified in August of 2014 that the classification was being removed and that he should contact our office if we had any questions. We did not hear from him. He says he did not receive that letter, so I did show him a copy of it when he was in the office. So. When you look at Rapid Map, you can see it, appears to me a little over half of the parcel is used for something more in the long lines of a commercial pursuit or not an ag pursuit. The northwest corner of the parcel has construction equipment stored on it. The northeast part has the old track on it, and the south part appears to be just vacant land. When I was out there and looked at it, I didn't see any agricultural use going on it, like it had been cut for hay or that there was cows on it. It does butt up to other property that he still has ag on. The ag was only removed from the one parcel for this year. When I looked at the value, when Mr. Morris came in to visit with us, when the value came out of ag, it was put into a residential land value, which I didn't agree with, because if we're saying that it appears the primary use is commercial, I felt it should be valued as other commercial properties in the area. Now, there isn't a lot out there. The nearest one being the Rapid City Trap Club out there, and that's at $2,000 an acre. I have a recommendation to change the land portion of the value from $97,400 to $55,000 based on the commercial usage of the property.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I'm trying to remember. I go by this enough, I should remember. But where is the fencing? The fencing isn't along the red line. It's closer to...
The fencing around the construction yard, you can kind of see where the little asphalt track is. It looks like a road race track.
Hmm?
The fencing basically contains the construction storage yard.
Down around there.
Yeah, that's the fence. Then it jogs over, and then, yeah, that's the fence.
What's the improvement?
You want me to tell him?
Yeah, go ahead.
I can tell you what we have assessed. Around the track there, we have, let me find my exact notes here. Around the track portion, we have a crow's nest, stands. I guess we don't have the stands assessed, but there's a small ticket office building there, and it doesn't appear any of that stuff is being used anymore. There was a mobile home that kind of had an addition on it that he referenced earlier that was being used as an office that is gone now. It is still on this assessment because it wasn't removed till after November 1st, but for next year, we will get them pulled off the assessment. There's not a lot of other structures valued on this. It's mostly just equipment that you see sitting on the property.
Oh, I have a question, I guess. Is like that mobile home that we used as an office up until 90, that was being taxed as a mobile home and paid as mobile home taxes. Is that a duplicate then?
It was included in the assessment on that parcel, $6,800.
Is the area marked in red platted that way, or is it?
What it is, it's a lot, it's a legal 40 that was divided by the highway, so then they turn them into lots instead of legal 40 descriptions. When they built 79 back in the 50s, I think, that's when that lot was created by the highway division.
So part of the lot is separated by the fence around the building site?
That lot is separated by the fence around the construction yard.
Yeah.
Then the rest of the
So
lot's
part of it's outside the fence and part of it's inside the fence.
The construction yard is inside the fence, the rest of it's open to the pasture.
Yeah. Well, I know the cattle run on it because I drive by it. And it's seasonal. They aren't there all the time.
No, about 5 months a year.
But that's a typical ag operation that way.
So 4 or 5 acres is construction site, or parking site, so to speak. The rest is cattle ground.
Yes.
My goodness gracious, commercial and not zoned. Dang. Wow.
The 5 acres there, partial of this lot 27 was zoned for the construction yard. It was zoned, I think, light industrial. Some years ago, they kind of made a portion of this lot, zoned that.
Can you turn on the zoning layer?
Uh-oh.
And I'm in the process of trying to rezone the frontage now, trying to go through the platting processes, and it's a train wreck, like the gentleman said earlier, so.
It's a lot to do.
It's this is also in the 3-mile platting jurisdiction.
What's that? Yeah, what's the purple?
The dark colored shade, if my memory's correct, is the light industrial zoning currently, right there where the construction yard is.
How did they do that?
So here's my struggle with this one.
Wow.
The area where it used to be the headquarters for the construction company has really been dormant. There's been nothing there for so many years. And the rest of it has really, I remember going by there a lot and seeing cows. I mean, I just have never thought it was not ag. So here you have this little portion that's not being used for what it's zoned. And that's not supposed to make any difference. But the rest of it is being used. I mean, I see cattle on it. It's part of the rest of it. So I'm struggling with why.
Primary use.
I'm going to make a motion to return it to ag.
Okay, I'm good with it. I'll second that then.
Are we still supposed to do it by primary use, the whole area?
But to me, it's primary use.
No construction, no commercial on that property at all?
No, it's a storage construction yard that I'm currently trying to clean up and remove because I'm going to try to sell the property. So I'm trying to, right now it's a cost to clean up the mess right now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair, I got a side question. How did we get that zoned that way? Did we measure it somehow, or so many feet this way and so many feet whatever way, or did it just?
Well, it was done in 1960s. 1950s. I mean, you know, it's.
The zoning part was done, that little zoning chart was done, I think, in the 80s.
And Pennington County had planning and zoning at that time.
I don't remember the scenario or how we did it. If I remember it they come out and they said, we're using this construction, so we want to zone this little part. That, I agreed. That's how I remember it now. The facts may be.
But no plating, no nothing, just here it is.
Yeah.
So many feet.
Yep.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion on the motion?
Just one thing. Ms. Don, why did you think it was commercial? Just because of the old equipment, or what made you, the track isn't being used, or it looks like it's being used? Tell me that.
Just because so much of the area does have storage for construction, which is a business. You know, the storage for those materials, they have to be stored somewhere. And also because it's been used for other things, like the track in the past.
But again, that's in the past and not now.
So you don't see any evidence of commercial besides those things that you said, because he was telling us that it's not?
At the current time, no.
Thank you, Ms. Dunn.
One more question, Mr. Chair. That, back to ag value, which I'm obviously totally for. The value of that 27 acres will be about what? Assessed value?
Last year it was at 15,900, and I did not recalculate it for this year to let you know what it would be.
It'll be somewhere in that range.
I would bet it increased a little bit because the ag has been going up a little bit every year, so I would expect to be a little higher, but not a lot.
It's pasture land, not crop. It's how you value it, as cropland or pasture land.
I'm Joe. We would have to bring up the soil types, and if you want, go ahead.
Two from last year. One was pasture, one was crop.
There's one pasture, two crop.
It was one pasture. There was 1.65 pasture and 25.83 crop last year.
25.83 acres of cropland. The cropland went up 15% last year, so there will definitely be an increase to this property based on the soil types that it contains.
It's simple enough for a motion to an ag classification to assume that then it will be assessed at an ag value that we can figure out later and get to Karen for her minutes.
Understand, but I was just asking the question for my own edification as to how that would proceed. And along those lines is, and legislature's been talking about this, is that going to be as being used or as could be used?
It'll be.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions that relate to the motion? If not, we do have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
Thanks, Commissioners. Thank you, Equalization.
Thank you.
I'll figure it out later.
Okay.
No, I'm getting my thing for ag land.
I'll have it wrong.
Next on the schedule is Rosebud Sioux Tribe, but there are two attorneys here representing the tribes, and Jim Olson is an attorney representing Stroud. That's misspelt there. But on our schedule, we have Christine McCurdy, who is not going to be here. Rich has a recommendation on that. I'd like to deal with that, and then we can go to the attorneys.
Okay.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Christine basically canceled her appointment here today. She has agreed with our value. Total value that we're recommending here is $207,000. The building portion is going to be $170,700, and the land portion of $36,300.
Setting my motion to accept that. Is that what we're looking for?
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion is second. Any discussion? If not, those in favor of the motion say aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carried.
And I want to take this opportunity to congratulate Rich and his band. The Shells of Time last weekend were inducted into the South Dakota Rock and Roll Hall of Fame.
Good job.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
And I heard you did a heck of a job.
We were pretty proud to have somebody in our office have something like that. But I found out later on that Mr. Buskerud is also a member of that prestigious Hall of Fame.
Awesome. You don't sing, do you, Buskerud?
Depends on, I call it singing, some people don't.
Okay, the Rosebud Sioux Tribe is the next appointment. They are arguing for an ag classification. And then Jim Olson will argue again for an ag classification on another property. So that's what we've got here before noon. And the two attorneys from the tribes are here.
Good morning. Mark Van Norman. I'm here on behalf of all the tribes for Peshla again. And, you know, we appreciate your hospitality, and we met with our colleagues in the state's attorney's office this morning and made good progress. So on Peshla, I think you all know that we have had our original plan to return it to its natural state and put buffalo up there. Naturally, what we're planning to do is to build out a herd that will reach the carrying capacity of the land and sell the excess and derive revenue from that to continue to improve the land and maintain it and do what we can to raise revenue for other activities. So it takes a little bit to do that. So a couple of years ago, we asked the Intertribal Buffalo Council for the buffalo, and they wanted to know that we had the land in place and that it was going to be suitable. So we also undertook to raise some money for fencing, and we've applied to the Intertribal Buffalo Council for assistance with the fencing. They're operating a USDA grant, and they're kind of the subsidiary with the tribes to allocate that money. So we're in line for their fencing. In the meantime, last year we were raising money for fencing, and we did raise money from private donations. So we have put up our first, $10,000 investment in the fencing and got our first 12 buffalo up there, and we went up and visited them yesterday. And they looked sort of happy up there, and it was a pretty nice day. We're hoping within the next 30 days to have, an additional 10 buffalo, and we've got a plan to continue to fence it out. And what we're doing is putting in some new fence that's 5 feet into the ground and very strong. And we're going to do some fencing that's just adding to the original cattle fence where it's possible and raising the height of it and strengthening it and moving that forward. So we have a plan to do the entire area. We're fortunate that we have the neighbor up there is a member of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe, Valerie Howie. She's done a lease with us starting just at the end of the year. And we're going to put up, maybe rodeo stock or something else on the area that's not occupied by buffalo until we get our herd grown to the size that'll occupy the entire area. So that's our plan. We feel like we are engaged in an agricultural pursuit. We feel like we are acquiring the buffalo, which are valuable. They would probably sell for $3,500 a piece, so we just got 12 of them free of charge. We're going to get another 10 of them free of charge. And we started last year getting the donations for the fence, which certainly we wouldn't have without having that land up there and having the plan to fence it and build it out. So we feel like we're engaged in a pursuit on that. We did not want to run cattle, and so we left it for a year because we want the grass to be ready for the buffalo, and we were told by the Intertribal Buffalo people that that would be a reasonable thing to do. We're not, as the attorneys, the experts on management, but we're relying on the Intertribal Buffalo folks. And we feel like in the long run, there's an outfit called Tonka Bar, and they sell a little energy bar in the store, and they've got a pretty good marketing plan. They're looking to get bigger, and they're looking for more sources for buffalo. So they're interested in working with us, and they're interested in purchasing whatever calves that we can produce up there and grow them into adults so that they can be harvested. And it provides, you know, revenue for the ongoing operations up there, and then whatever other kind of, you know, tribal activities, you know, that we can use that revenue for. So we feel like it is a agricultural pursuit and that the land is dedicated to agriculture. That's been our intention from day one. We're in the process of building assets and trying to develop our revenue stream from the land. And we've already got some revenue in terms of donations and in terms of the in-kind allocation of buffalo to us. So that's our story, and we would appreciate it if you folks recognize that we are using the land for agricultural purposes.
Any questions for anyone? Not, go ahead, Joe.
All right. I was up on the property April 13th of last week, and I did see the buffalo in the kraal. I didn't see really evidence that they were out in the pasture. The tribes, as referred to, since 2012 and 13 have been purchasing this property, and I put the prices that they've been paying on the sheet of paper that you had, which breaks down to $4,600 or $3,500 per acre. We have not seen any agricultural activity on this property. Because of that, I am recommending that there be no change and that it not be given ag status. If it is, the assessment difference is also on that paper. It would go from $7,243,600 to around $229,900. There are other sales in the neighborhood that would also reflect values consistent with their purchase prices. Again, haven't seen many activities, if any, other than the buffalo in the kraal. I recommend no change.
You know, what have you ever, maybe since you just got into the ag business, but you know, there used to be, or maybe there still is CPR land that farmers can not use for a year or two, and how wasn't that still ag land then? I mean.
Yes.
So what's the difference?
Yeah, CPR, that.
Conservation Reserve Program.
Whatever. I was born and raised in town, you know.
Essentially, you were paid not to farm it.
Yeah, but that was still assessed as farmland.
That's right.
So isn't that basically what they're doing, is letting it rest, grow some grass for their buffalo?
There are
You could say that.
There are a lot of people that would have that same argument, that I plan someday to put cattle or buffalo on this property, and I'm letting it rest until the day I decide it's convenient enough for me to do it. Conservation Reserve Program, there actually was a contract, and they were 10-year contracts, and you had to abide by the rules of the contract and even perform some activity for that time period. But you were bound by that contract and the terms.
So what's the difference?
There's no contract, there's no activity,
Well, once again, what's the difference? Now, that property has been hayed. And I know you couldn't see that in April, Joe, but it's been hayed the last couple of years.
From what I understand, there were 3 parcels that were bought just in 14 that did have hay done on it.
We could probably debate some of this, but deferred grazing is part of range management that is practiced. And there are portions of ranches today, lots of places, where pastures are rested for a year or two, just simply to manage the vegetation that's there and have the right kind of vegetation. So arguing about whether it is ag or not ag, because it wasn't grazed is, I don't think, valid in this. Question is, for assessment purposes, is it classified as ag or not? And that's what we should decide.
Mr. Chair, what you describe is what the current vernacular is called best management practice by planning and zoning.
Well, Mr. Chairman, there's a lot of parcels here, and I suppose we could go through every one of them, and there might be a different solution for some of them, but I'm going to make a motion to grant ag for all of the parcels.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. I assume you'll calculate if this motion passes. Any further comments?
And I know that will require figuring out the price, you know, but
Yeah, it'll be
what
the
it'll
total
be.
value will be around $229,000 some odd dollars.
Okay.
And if I might, Mr. Chair, I'll have to ask Mr. Blue Dog if he got excited about calving.
There's no further comment. Did you wish to address us?
I think after Washington,
Don't really know response to George's question, don't know much about calving, but I think that's a fair thing to do. The records will show that the taxable amount on that historically for many, many years has been less than $3,000. Well, and we were advised by the Buffalo experts that it's good while we're planning to rest, to let it rest, and that is good agricultural management practice. And so we have been busy during that process in terms of raising money, and we haven't just been talking, you know, there is, as Joe says, he was up there yesterday, or last week, and we were up there yesterday, so we haven't just been blowing out some hot air, you know, and it's taken some time. We appreciate your support on this thing.
Thank you.
Okay, any other comments? If not, those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
Thank you very much.
I know, I hate to lose that. We do take contributions if you,
I was thinking of that.
You know,
you feel bad about the reduction.
Well, when we come back, we'll have to bring some Tonka bars just so you can see the
Do
product.
that,
and
please.
That's a marketing expense. Thank you very much.
They're good, I had some.
Okay.
$229 to $7 million. Woo!
No pressure there. May I approach, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, you may.
Mr. Jim Olson.
Thanks, Jim.
Thank you.
Mr. Olson.
Oh, do we have that? We might have that.
Well, a lot of things you don't know.
That's probably a good
You
thing,
learn
Jim.
all kinds of interesting things when you come down to these
It's a
meetings.
good thing, Jim. You're lawyers, you should know those things, some of those things. Heck, I don't know.
Well,
You have to write your list down so I can use them against you.
something the rest of us can only aspire to, right?
Learning something?
Yeah, learning something or being in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, either one. Okay, good morning.
Morning.
My name is Jim Olson. I'm attorney at Wilson, Olson and Nash in Rapid City, and I represent the Stroud Family LLC. And I've given you a packet here this morning of information in support of the request. We're appealing the classification of this property. The property has historically been ag property until about 3 years ago. It got reclassified, and the owners at that time missed the appeal process, and then It's been in contention since that time. The property has changed ownership. The property consists of, and there's a description there, 200 acres, it's all contiguous. The ownership is the Stroud Family LLC. It's a limited liability company that was formed last year. The copy of the Articles of Organization and Certificate of Organization are Exhibit 1 to your packet. Second, the properties which are the subject were transferred to the limited liability company by a deed, and a copy of that is Exhibit number 2, just to verify the ownership of the property. Item 3, 100% of the gross income of the owner is derived from the pursuit of agriculture, which includes raising and harvesting timber by statute in the state of South Dakota. A copy of the statute is attached as Exhibit 3. Exhibit 4 is a copy of the contract for removing saw timber with way bills, tickets, and the check that was received in payment for the same in the last year, in the year 2014. Exhibit 5 is the 2015 tax return for the Stroud Family LLC. It discloses that all of the income of the Stroud Family LLC was obtained from the harvesting of timber on the above described property. The property does have a storage building located on it. The use of the property is entirely for classification of agricultural use. As you can see, we meet all of the requirements of the statute, and therefore we request that the ag classification be granted for this property.
So, Mr. Chair, I do have some questions.
Yes.
How many board feet is that? I mean, you know, that for $128, how many trees were really cut for that?
How many? Well, there was 170,000 pounds of timber.
And you got $128?
Yeah, the market is really bad for timber.
Oh, you know what,
We had a hard time
John?
even getting anybody to come and.
Actually, Jim, I'm really active in the forestry industry, so that's why I questioned it. Is that seemed like an extremely low amount. I mean, I go to meetings with those industry people every month.
That is.
I am
is what it
questioning
is.
that. The other thing.
Those are the actual numbers.
Okay, and did we get like a timber management plan? Do we have that on record, or do we get that?
The only management plan that's on record is the prior correspondence in the file over the last couple of years. The forester is too busy to write a plan. They've been requesting a plan for the last 2 years.
Again, I'm familiar with the fact you can do that, so, I wish you hadn't gone to the timber part this way, because it's so low. And if you need a timber management plan, you can get one. It concerns me a lot on this. I recognize that they want to keep the property, they don't want to pay anything other than an ag assessment value, but I am questioning how we got here, to be real honest.
Well,
and you may be using the law correctly, but
these are the facts at this point.
yeah, I know you made them the facts, yeah.
He's going by the law.
Yep, he did.
So I'll grant his application.
Yep.
You're learning.
Yep, that's right.
That'd be my motion. What?
What was the motion?
To grant,
Ag.
back to ag.
Yeah.
Is there a second?
Thank you.
Here a second.
Joe, do you have any comments?
I gotta do some figuring first.
I don't think that it should be egg. I have here some pictures of the property when I walked the road. I have listings of them trying to sell it for non-ag properties, and I also have the homeowners association documentation initially provided by Mr. Olson, stating that it can't be ag.
No, it doesn't say it can't be ag. It says it can't be used for pasture.
It says, where do I have my copy at?
Bottom line is does it say it's used for ag? Did it follow the criteria of ag? And you're saying it's different. I don't think it says in here that we could do it because you think, or we think it's different. It says by law, is it used for what it's supposed to for ag land?
Correct.
Am I correct, by law?
And the ownership is, as he said, under the Stroud Family LLC, but I do not think that that is completely 100% of the Stroud family's income. That is, as the Stroud family owns the LLC, that 100% of their income? I would say no. I'd say it's 100% of the Stroud Family LLC, but not the ownership of the people. On page 6 of the covenants, it says on...
But the Stroud LLC owns the parcels that it's in question, not the Stroud family. Am I correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, number one of the three criteria, in my opinion, does not apply. This is an LLC, it's not family. Period. That's to me is black and white. It's got to be family, gross income. No place for LLC in there, unless the legislature wants to change it. So number three criteria is obviously met, but number two is question, I guess, that we're debating or trying to decide. And Commissioner Troutman's more up to speed than I am on the timber contracting business. Did the previous board decide that there needed to be a timber plan before timber was considered to meet subsection 2? I don't know the particulars, but maybe you can help us out there.
And did that go through yet? The timber plan thing, or is that just a suggestion? Because on here says, it has some timber stuff on there, and the contractor, Sergio Moniz, whatever.
Yeah, but that's not a timber plan, that's a timber sale. A timber plan is the kind of thing where you look at what you have in conditions of property, and you look at what your goal would be for income and how it will take your time to get there. Could be quite a time period, but that's the purpose of it, because timber is not an annual crop.
But it hasn't changed by law. Is it the law now, or is it?
We request it from everybody who says they have timber. So it wouldn't be fair for us to not get it from him, but we get it from everyone else. Not you, but your clients.
As I recall, the previous board set a policy, for what would invoke paragraph 2 for timber, or subsection 2 for timber. Am I right on that?
Mm-hmm.
And in the covenants, it says on page 6, I believe, Article 4, each lot shall be owned, described, and used for residential purposes only. And then in the second line, it says, no livestock shall be permitted upon any lot with the exception of horses. This property is not ag. I'm recommending no change. I know you already have made your motion, but that's what I would recommend. Also, I spoke with one of the neighbors on my walk out up that hill, and he said that he hadn't seen any activity in the way of timber trucks coming off or anything. And I walked it because the gate was locked.
Well, I can just tell you that Pennington County has been doing some timber contracts to clear out our right-of-ways. It's $10 a tree that we've been paying those
to cut
harvesters. So that means you had 12 trees.
No, that's what you paid the harvester. But you didn't get paid $10 for each tree.
Mm-hmm.
That was all that we netted after paying to harvest the timber.
I know, but I'm saying we're starting out. I mean, you got a long ways to go between $10 a tree and $123. I mean, that's, yeah.
That was the net from the timber sales.
So we're saying that what he's saying on here is not right, and that we are going to do something
I'm
different.
just not sure.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Back to the law, Mr. Chair, if I might. Subsection 1, there's no way anybody can convince me that an LLC qualifies for paragraph 1. Subsection 1. And subsection 2 talks about intended profit pursuant to subdivision 1, which is the gross family income. And I guess I'm hung up there.
Jim, do you know the law on that?
The statute?
Yep. LLC can be your family, because I have an LLC. That's just me.
You're talking about the statute. It says at least 33 1/3% of the total total family gross income of the owner is derived from the pursuit of agriculture as defined in subdivision 2 of this section.
So how can you put family and LLC together in that context?
The LLC is a separate entity by itself.
And the
All of
family
its
can still
income
own it.
comes from this source. And in addition, the criteria, you only have to meet 2 of the 3 criteria. In addition, the principal use is timber, and it consists of sufficient acreage.
So, Mr. Chair, may I ask again, if we look at those sales examples that you gave us?
The listings?
Yeah, the listings. Those weren't for egg, they were for, those pieces of property were being put on the market as individual residential homes, not as egg property. Can you explain to me why that is?
But the current use of the property is not, there's no homes on them.
Mm-hmm.
The current use of the property is for timber.
And does that qualify, and why would they do that if your covenants say that you can't and that you advertised it as a residential? Why would that be?
The covenants do not say you can't have a timber plan.
You just read it.
It says, it talks about pasture.
No.
It says that they can be used only for residential use.
Yeah.
But they haven't sold them yet. Their primary use right now is.
Okay, that you're right. I have been saying that. However, they are not allowed to be eggs. They're only to be used for residential purpose, and that's what the owners should be following.
And subsection 2 says intended for profit pursuant to subdivision 1, and I'll go back to subdivision 1. There's no place in there where it says LLC. It says total family gross income. The Supreme Court of South Dakota has said over and over and over, the words have meaning of conventional use or dictionary use unless it's otherwise specified. Well, how many of us recognize a family as a unit? Yeah. Doesn't say family LLC.
What?
That statute, it says family.
To go back to your question about the use of the property, the provision says no livestock will be permitted upon any lot with the exception of horses, which will be limited to 1 horse per 10 acres, unless otherwise authorized.
But what does it say in the upper paragraph before that Joe read?
It says for your residential purposes. Right.
So you're telling us that this is egg purpose?
The intent is resident, not the intent. It says intended for profit. The agriculture pursuit is intended for profit. So considering they did have a timber plan, which it doesn't. But if he has a timber plan, then the intended profit is still, according to what he just read, residential. So you can't have it both ways.
But he hasn't sold it yet, so it's still, until it's intended or it's sold, it's still ag until it's sold, guys.
But he doesn't have a timber plan. Everybody agrees on that. There's no timber plan at this point.
And I don't see anywhere in, you want to go by the law, show me where it says you need a timber plan.
This board previously adopted a policy of if you want to come before Pennington County Board or assessment office, you better have a timber plan. That's what the policy of this board previously, as I recall.
I'm not sure we can make policies that contradict the state law, but. And you know me, I'm an anti-timber guy.
You're a bark beetle.
Glendale Peterson.
Could be. But, and I don't know about George's argument about the family. I mean, it seems to make sense, family, but we've always considered LLCs as the owner of property.
Yep.
And the question becomes, do you count all the owners of the LLC's income?
And that has been an argument that's made down at OHE, is that all of the members of that LLC have to disclose their income, which we don't have.
And that's got to be a third off the property.
That's right.
And that makes it a lot tougher.
This is a no-brainer. If it says family LLC, everybody can go do just exactly what these folks are doing. I mean,
And have to follow the law and follow the rules of ag.
You know, the interpretation, it doesn't say LLC on here in the statute, it says family. And once again, the Supreme Court has said the words are what they mean.
Well, it doesn't mean family's not LLC. Mine's an LLC and my family owns my property. What are you saying, George?
But once again, it doesn't say family LLC, it says family, and there's no doubt in my mind the legislature intended the nuclear family as we've known it over all these centuries.
And Deb, may I ask you, do you own ag property? Because we are talking about ag property.
I don't own ag.
Okay,
Talking about LLC.
we do have a motion and a second.
Who made the second? I guess I didn't catch that.
You second it? No.
Oh,
Motion was made by me.
okay, died for lack of a second then. So where do you want to go?
Mr. Chair, I would make a motion that we uphold staff's recommendation and change the classification to non-ag.
Is there a second?
Purpose of voting, I'll second it. We can get going.
Okay, I think we'll have a roll call vote on this.
So what's the ag property and what's the non-ag on this again? What's the total that you
It's all
changed it to?
non-ag.
Okay, so what's the non-ag total?
Total on all the parcels is 865,500.
And it was how much?
That's what it was last year as well.
Oh, okay. And it was non-ag last year? Last 3
Correct.
years, if I'm correct.
And Mr. Chair, if I can, before we vote, I'll ask again about this commission's policy on the timber aspects of ag. There is a policy in place, or there is not a policy in place about what folks have to come forward with.
Right, we ask the people, and we have been receiving them. But we ask people that if they are going to say that the ag purpose of their property is timber, that they have a timber management plan submitted to our office.
To the assessor's office?
Yeah.
Equalization office?
Yeah.
Okay, any further discussion? Roll call vote.
Buskerud?
Yes.
Farabee?
Yes.
Hadcock?
No.
Troutman?
Yes.
Peterson?
No. Motion carried. Okay, that completes our
Morning.
schedule for the morning.
Recess? Recess.
Yeah. Have a motion to go into recess? Yes.
Sinuses.
Oh, yeah. You know, I don't like food that hurts.
I'm teasing.
We do have a couple of property owners that we anticipate to be here at 1 o'clock.
3,200.
And it's 1 and they're not here, but Don Kelly is here early. His appointment is not until that next page, starting at 2:40. I'd suggest you start with him.
He was already up here politicking, so.
Yeah, yeah.
Get him back to wall.
He can just continue. But we do expect a couple of the property owners at 1 o'clock time to be here. They're just not, so why make him wait?
You proceed with Mr. Kelly.
And Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I would like to recuse myself on this particular one. He's a distant relative, but he's still, he's my mom's cousin.
You have that right.
Distant, huh? Yeah, I just come up, I went to City Hall and learned about the change of classification of my lots or the value of them, and last year they reclassified them as agriculture and lowered them down, and this year they put them right back up again, so I think I qualify on all 3 points. I think my living off agriculture. We have over 40 acres there in the total, and we use it for ag, so I qualify for all 3. So I'd like to have it adjusted back to what it was.
Okay. Let's see, who's the staff member on this one?
It's me, Don Puckett. Can I put my hand here? Thank you. Okay. We're dealing with 5 parcels here on the south end of Wall City. They are 5 vacant lots, part of platted Kelly subdivision number 5 on the south side of Wall. 4 of the lots are 0.47 acres and 1 lot is 0.93 acres. These.
Can I interrupt? And she'll click on them, give them all highlights.
It's the first 4 along the bottom, and then the longer one up top. That one, yep. Do you want numbers?
I have the numbers, but it's
Okay. I'm asking the board to reinstate the assessed values that we mailed out for 2015. The assessed values on the 0.47 acre lots were $14,500, and the assessed value on the 0.93 acre lot was $15,900. A little history with these lots. They were platted out in 2012 to be sold off, and I believe they did not sell off. They're still in the original owner's name. They were platted out of the larger parcel to the north, which is an ag parcel. It's qualified for ag. It's being valued as ag. No argument to that. These lots get appealed every year. We put them, when they first started, they were in a discretionary, so they had a real low value on it. Second year, the value went up a little bit. The third year, the discretionary came off, and then they went to full market value. And so they were appealed, and the local board put them back down to what would be an ag value. I should say similar to an ag value. And I brought it back before the commission, similar to this, and the commission upheld leaving them as ag. I can see from the aerial photo he's cutting hay on them, but my issue with this is that they are platted lots, and by reducing the assessment on these lots to $100 or $200, it creates a huge inequity with the lots right across the street, which other taxpayers are paying the bill on. And so to me, it's an assessment inequity on the platted lots in the city limits of Wall there. And that's the reason why I brought this back from the local board to ask you to uphold the 2015 assessed values.
It's kind of like the last situation when we said they were, except in these, they're actually platted. They're not putting up signs and saying they're going to sell them. He's actually platted this to separate lots.
Yes.
Does he have Can you still plat your lots and call it ag, Nancy?
I'm going to recuse myself on this. I'm not going to say either way. But maybe
What you
Shannon
know
can.
about the ag?
You know, there is some wording in the ag law that talks about ag lots, if they're platted land within city limits not getting ag. Go ahead, Shannon, because he knows better than me, but.
You can have platted lots classed as ag, but they have to add up to 80 acres to meet that acreage requirement. The fact that they're platted does not prohibit an ag classification, but it requires a total of 80 acres to meet the acreage requirement.
We have over 90 acres there.
90, you said?
We have over 90 acres in that lot, yeah.
Does he have 90 acres, Miss Dawn?
Luann, click on the big lot to the north. That's his, and that's the lot that these were platted out of. Just identify it. I want to tell them how many acres that plot is. That's 90.26 acres, the larger parcel to the north adjoining.
Any other questions or comments?
So, because that's 90 acres, the large one, the large lot there is adjoining that, so that could be ag. And do you, what do we do with streets? Do we ignore them when you're talking adjoining land? I assume that's a street there, isn't it?
It is, it's more of a gravel road, if I remember correctly.
Just a gravel road, yeah.
The law says adjacent acreage, and across the street is not adjacent, they don't touch. Across the interstate, across the street, across whatever, they don't touch. They're platted, there's a platted right of way in between them.
And they are sold for how much compared to this land? What was the comparable on them?
I didn't offer any comparables on these, but like the lots right across the street, they are valued at the $14,500 for the same size acreage. Does that make sense?
Right.
They all have houses on them though, don't they? They've changed the use,
well,
actually.
a couple of them, I think one, my notes say was a veterinary clinic, and I think one has a house with like a shop that the guy does business out of, so kind of a mixed use in there, I would say, but.
Well, the one lot's definitely connected to the other 90 acres, and you can take the road out or whatever you want to do with it.
The other thing is I looked for what we had ag application on. We have an ag application for the 90 acres up above, but we don't have an ag application that addresses the lower acreage either. So.
The city of Wall changed it back to agriculture specification on the lots even.
Mr. Chair, back to the road. Do you own the road, ground under that road?
Yes.
It's a technicality, but as I recall, if the road is still yours, you know, the subsurface, then it's connected. That's my understanding of the law.
I think you're correct in the instance of a right-of-way easement. County roads tend to be right-of-way easements and not deeded acreages. This is a city street. This would have been platted outside of the lots. The lots you can see are platted there. Do not include the street.
That's in the city limits. Same though, if a wall shrunk, then would that road is abandoned, would that land go back to you?
Yes.
What typically happens is it's split to the adjacent landowners, half to one owner and half to the other owner.
Do you own both sides?
Not on all of it. I do on the south side.
There's 4 lots on the
Part of it
north
on the
side
north
that are
side.
other ownership of
Well,
that.
we have a lot in there too, that lot W that you can see there, that's the blue around, it's ours too, that's on the north. Yeah.
But technically, he's connected, even though there's a road there, is ag and the lots are connected. Underground, under the road anyway.
I want to make a motion to grant him ag on the .19 or 13 lot and uphold the non-ag on the other 4.
Second.
Okay, now, Are there identification numbers on these that would?
I suppose there is if I really look hard enough.
There is in the top right-hand corner, it says 2015 assessment, and then I had 14,500 on parcels 64220 through 642223. And then the fifth lot, there was 15,900 on 64647.
I would want to go back to the ag on 64647.
You realize that this is gonna cost me about $70 or $80 an acre just to put up a half an acre of hay? I think you're kinda raping me on that.
I don't, what, no, I don't know if the 14,500 is right figure either, but I haven't heard anything about it.
We didn't even ask that much for lots to start with, is what bothers me.
I do have some sales, just a little bit south that range from 13,500 to, okay, let me correct that, from 1,200 to 16,500. And they range anywhere in size from a little over an acre to about 1.7 acres. Now, those are older sales, and that's why I didn't bring sales, because I didn't really have anything newer. These are older sales.
And they both have houses, or all of them have houses.
They do now. At the time they sold, they were bare land.
So is that commercial property on the left side of that, those parcels?
On the left side.
What are those?
I can't remember for sure. One's a veterinary clinic. One is, like I say, it's got a house on it, but I think he's got a building that he does work out of. Just from driving by and observing.
You mean the 4 lots that are
The 4 that are sold along the street.
The veterinarian service in one, and then my brother-in-law, he's got a shop in the other one, and we own 2 of the lots, and we just sold them to my brother's brother-in-law for a shop, and there's nobody has a house there. They're all just shops.
And then just west of there is, I think that's Kelly subdivision number 4 or something.
Does he fit the ag class by those 3 classifications? That's what we've been arguing on all the ags, so
yeah.
Does he fit the 3 criteria? And he needs 2 out of the 3.
Well, if the 90 is connected, if the 90 is ag, then the other's got to be ag. They're all part of the same.
Not really, because if you plat something and it looks like they've got all kinds of areas that they're going to be sold as, then it looks common sense is that he's platting those to sell them like they have the other properties. Because they haven't sold yet, like you said. The bottom line is, does it fit the ag criteria?
The city of Wall classified them as ag, and I do qualify on all 3 counts ag. I take my living off ag, I use it to cut hay off every year, and we do have over the 40 acres if you combine it. We have 90-some acres there. So I think we should be qualified.
All connected.
No, it's not.
Yes, it's all connected.
When we first started dealing with these properties in 2012, the intention was platting to sell off. It wasn't for the ag purpose. I realized they didn't sell, and but to me it's like Red Rock subdivision out there. If the developer happens to own the land adjoining to and gets ag, do we give ag to the lots in Red Rocks that he may go in there and cut hay on? To me, they're platted lots in a subdivision, and that's how they should be valued.
And that's what I'm saying.
Excuse
Once
me,
you
Mr.
platted it, it's not ag anymore in the sense that you're trying to subdivide to sell them as not ag property, and that was the argument that we just listened to earlier. So,
Mr. Chair, can Shannon read that law to us, subsection 3 about platted or unplatted land adjoining 80 acres of unplatted? Can you read that to us? Or Joe, do you have a copy of that statute?
I've got it. I can read it.
Okay.
Okay, 10.6.31.3, criteria number 3, it consists of not less than 20 acres of unplatted land or is a part of a contiguous ownership of not less than 80 acres of unplatted land. The same acreage specifications apply to platted land, excluding platted land as a subdivision, which is in an unincorporated area. However, the Board of County Commissioners may increase the minimum acreage requirement up to 160 acres.
Can you read that subdivision part one more time?
Okay. The same acreage specifications apply to platted land, excluding land platted in a subdivision, which is in an unincorporated area. It's
What does that mean for sure, Shannon?
There's been so many changes to that statute over the years that it's near gobbledygook right now. A short summary of it is if it's a platted tract, it has to add up to 80 contiguous acres.
But it can join, he's got 80 plus acres of ag, and this is adjacent to it.
The motion that you've got on the floor right now, that's true for that one larger lot up there, but the other 4 smaller ones, no.
Don't fit the criteria.
Because of the road? Or they're,
Not adjacent.
well, I disagree if
And they're platted.
I disagree if the road is only separation, that's not separation, unless the road's dedicated.
It certainly is.
I'd make a substitute motion to concur with the wall board.
Is there a second? Motion dies for lack of a second. Back to the original motion. Any further discussion on that motion? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Roll call, please.
Okay. We can do that.
Buskerud? Aye. Farabee?
No.
Adcock?
Aye.
Peterson?
Aye. Motion
3-1.
carried. Okay, we're
Thank you,
back
Commissioners.
to-
Thank you, Don.
Let's see, where'd we go?
At 1 o'clock, the first property owner is John Weiss. He is here. And Trevor will be representing our office.
Good afternoon.
Folks, I'm John Weiss. I live at
Would you speak into the mic, please?
This one?
Either one, both.
Okay, that good? Okay, I live at 13130 Geary Boulevard, and I'm here because my property assessment increased rather highly this year, and I'm not happy about that. Just a little bit of history. I purchased the house in 2009 for $350,000. That was over 90% of the asking price. Prior purchases, 2002, the house was purchased for $350,000. In 2000, it was purchased for $254,000. The house is currently assessed at about $390,000, and it's never been assessed higher than that. So I received a new assessment that said it was worth about $460,000. Is that right? I think that was it. Sent in a letter and then subsequently talked to Trevor, who indicated they were going to drop it to about $430,000. I'm still not happy about this because there have been no substantial improvements to the property. There's no evidence of any sort of a huge value increase in the property. I think essentially there's a number of issues here. First of all, the neighborhood's hard to assess because it's very, very heterogeneous. Right next door to me is a house that is kind of like a double wide on steroids. It's an old sawmill. And across the street from that is a large horse property with an enormous arena that's worth over $1 million. So that makes it hard to actually establish values there because the houses are so dissimilar. Houses up there in the hills don't sell very easily. In fact, there's only been one house sale that I'm aware of in the entire neighborhood since I purchased mine in 2009, although a number of properties have gone on the market. There have been some land that has sold that people are building houses on, but no other houses other than one next door to me. That house was on the market for some years, and a couple who were living in Australia actually bought it. And they had family here in the hills, and they had a vested interest for moving back. Aside from that, there's a number of houses for sale that simply don't sell. When I bought my house, it had been on the market for a couple of years. You know, this is just typical. That large horse property has been on the market ever since I moved in. 2 houses down from me is a house, a woman lost her husband a couple of years ago. It's been on the market. She can't sell it. To say that bumping this house assessment up $70,000 or even $40,000 is going to help it sell is just kind of silly. So I'd like you guys to take another look at this, and I'm going to ask you to leave it at the current assessed value, which, as I say, is historically is the highest value it's ever been assessed at. I think it's reasonably fair at this point in time, but I don't think any increases are warranted.
Any questions from the commission? Okay, proceed.
All right, I'm Trevor Abernathy with the Equalization Office, and I had inspected this property as part of a reappraisal that we did in the Rimrock neighborhood. We essentially looked at everything but creek property last year from the bottom of Rimrock Highway all the way out to 385. This house was one of those. When I inspected the property, it was being re-sided at the time. It had also had the roof replaced and new decking put on. I did confirm that with the owner that they had all been replaced with brand new siding. It's hardy plank cement board siding, good quality concrete tile shingles, and then new decking around on the outside. To me, that's a significant improvement on the property, and it's the improvements are also commensurate with the quality of the house. And it effectively reduced the depreciation on the property, and it increased the market value of it. Looking in the area, I found some comparables, and he is correct, it's a very heterogeneous neighborhood. A lot of different buildings, different structures next to each other. But even just looking at the neighboring property, at the 13160 Geary Boulevard, that one sold in 2013 for $378,000. It has roughly 700 square feet less above grade, with about 350 square feet less in the basement. And it does have a detached garage instead of attached. So there's some adjustments that need to be made to that. I think the best comparable property that I have here is a similar property it is outside of the subject property's neighborhood, but it's in a similar location as far as from the city. That would be the 23866 Pioneer Ridge Road. It's almost the same square footage above grade at 2,696 square feet, a little bit smaller basement. It does sit on just over 12 acres instead of just over 7, but that one is roughly about 8 miles out of town versus the almost 12 miles out of town for the subject property as well. And very similar in nature to the use and size of the lot. With looking at the comparable sales, I found that the 430,000 recommendation, the 430,900 is appropriate value. I know when I was there, the owner indicated to me that he thought our measurements were incorrect because he had appealed in the past and we remeasured the structure. I asked if I could look at that and remeasure it for him, and that was declined both at the time of inspection during the reappraisal and also the appeal. And just looking at our numbers and the listing, that when he purchased his house in 2009, we're 14 square feet off from that. I feel that our measurements are correct, but have not been able to substantiate that because he did not let me remeasure those. I would recommend that the assessment be changed to $430,900. That's $85,900 on the land and $345,000 on the building.
Any questions? Comments?
So you haven't been able to go inside either?
I personally have not. We have had an appraiser, a couple of appraisers in our office. I believe it was 2011 that got inside the home.
Okay.
Yes. I have the appraisal report from 2011 that Don Puckett made. At the time, being somewhat naive, I assumed that and I'd like to point out, by the way, that these assessments have been bouncing around like a yo-yo ever since I moved in. You know, 390, 460, 430. It's like, I have no idea where these assessments are coming from. And last year, the same thing happened. You tried to increase it to 450 or something like that, and then dropped it back down to 390. Why is this happening in the first place? At the time, I assumed that it was just simple error. I had purchased my house for $350,000. A couple of months later, I was told it was worth $50,000 more than what I paid. So I invited people into my home. This report is full of gross factual errors. They didn't even count the number of bedrooms and bathrooms correctly. Furthermore, there are several statements that indicate a very clear bias. I'm going to read from this report. It says, initially, lateral sales prices set up a red flag with the appraiser. Appraiser ascertained the sale price was affected by undue stimulus whereby the seller was under pressure to sell. Analysis of the data indicates that the sale price, $350,000, was not an arm's length transaction. Well, it absolutely was an arm's length transaction. I mean, the reason why it sold for what it did is it was on the market. I came along, I offered a fair price, and the seller was glad to take it. And that's the way real estate works. You know, this is a down market, you know. So you have to understand, I mean, normally I'd say, sure, come in, take a look around. I've got nothing to hide. But we've been there, and we've done that. There have been no major structural improvements. What I did was I repaired my house after the exterior was completely demolished by a massive hailstorm at the end of August 2013. The roof was shattered. I replaced a concrete roof with a concrete roof. There is absolutely no difference in the value of the roof that I put on. I replaced cedar siding with a composite. That was my choice. It cost me something out of pocket because I decided I wanted to do the whole house instead of just the sides that got demolished. The decking was shattered by these hailstones were softball size. So these were essential repairs. You know, if you have a shattered roof and it's leaking, you have to replace it. So these were not structural improvements. These were repairs. So I can understand there being perhaps a small amount of depreciation, but jumping up the value, $70,000, and then saying, oh, gee, you know, really we should only have jumped it up $40,000, and expecting me to be happy about that is perhaps a little optimistic on your part. I hope you can understand that. I don't think the value of the house has increased substantially. I haven't made any changes. I haven't increased the square footage in any way. I simply replaced a perfectly good concrete roof with another perfectly good concrete roof, etc.
Mr. Chair, if I might, what was the assessment in 2014?
In 2014, it was $387,200.
2013?
Yep. And if I can talk to the improvements on that, Luann, if you wouldn't mind pulling up the...
No, what was the 2013 assessment?
2013, I do not have in front of me.
It was approximately the same. It was 385.
Okay.
year?
I think Deb's finding that for us here.
It seems like a lot to me, too.
385,000.
385.
In 2013, 2012?
Yep. And with those improvements that were done on the property, this is a picture of the property before any improvements were done with the cedar siding, the concrete tile, and the decking. Then if you could go to the new of the west side there. You know, even if it was just repairs for hail damage, this does significantly reduce the depreciation on the structure. You have brand new concrete tile, no longer depreciated except for since the time it was put on. Brand new siding depreciated since the time it was put on, and brand new decking, and that does affect the value. Whether or not it was done to improve the property or to repair the property, it was still done. And as far as the change, you know, after reviewing the property, reviewing the comparable sales, and discussing with the appraisers that had previously been through the structure, I felt that the $430,900 was a more appropriate value. And if you're looking at an increase from, even just looking at from his purchase price of the $350,000, you know, that's an old sale now, so I don't put too much weight on that. I'm looking at the comparable sales that I have in front of me. But really, from that time, it's only about a 4% increase per year to get to the $430,900 of appreciation, and that's not even considering the improvements of the new components.
Trevor, how much appreciation real estate happened in 2009, 2010? I mean, that was pretty much of a flat period. It's all fine and good to say it's only 4% a year, but I think it's very misleading.
Well,
I mean, we had a great recession, and housing prices have not fully recovered. Hopefully it's something
However,
that will.
We were the exception in Rapid City area, in the Black Hills area. So we've heard that argument before, but we can get MLS averages and so on that would disprove that statement, just to let you know.
Those two.
Question relative to the improvements, as you call them. What basis did you use for the value of those?
For the value of those, it was an observed condition of the property from what I could observe from the exterior of the structure. We basically put an effective age is what I'm going to call it in our system, because that's a way we can put a depreciated value on the structure. So in a sense, he updated his house to be worth more like a structure that was newer than what it was, which is a 93 structure, and it's depreciated out less. So it's an observed condition that an appraiser puts on a property when they're on site, and we do that with every property. We have to observe the physical condition.
Mr. Chair, if I might, that big thick catalog of Marshall and Wright or whomever, did you consult them for the price of the material for the roof and the siding? And
Marshall and Swift?
Marshall and Swift, that's it.
Yes, that is considered based on the overall quality of.
What number did you put on the siding and the roof?
Oh, you mean specifically individually pull that out after I looked at? I did not specifically pull out the cost.
You got a ballpark number of what it cost? Cost?
We could probably pull it out with the Marshall and Swift detail if we want to get into that off of Orion. I think it has the roofing.
Well, the reason I asked is it's 11% increase over 2014 at your revised number, and 17% increase over your original
correct
assessment, which seems quite high unless there's a big number for that siding and that roof.
I was going off of the observed condition on it, and due to the quality of the home that we have it in there, which is also an observed condition with that, the cost of the components is derived from the quality and size. So
that sounds high for the improvements, but
and I'm not saying that just the improvements is contributing to raising the value of this home. That was a factor. You know, it was something that I observed while I was there, and it affected the depreciation on the home. But also after reviewing the sales in the area, it's also an increase in market as well. With the sales, I have the best sale that I had over on Pioneer Ridge that sold for $474,000. Obviously, there's some adjustments that need to be made with that parcel. It does have just a little more acreage and a larger, newer outbuilding that we have to adjust for. But there are sales indicating an increase.
Well, Mr. Chair, 17% seems quite high to me.
So, Mr. Chair, may I ask? Yes. So, Mr. Weiss, have you done any improvements since you bought, on the interior since you bought your house?
Well, what sort of improvements?
Oh, remodel the kitchen, remodel the bathroom, put down new flooring.
I had to replace some carpet. There was a roof leak that occurred after first year, so, there was some flooring change. But no, nothing what I'd call substantial, no. And for what it's worth, again, there was a concrete tile roof that was in perfectly good shape.
I thought you said it was shattered.
By the hailstones.
So it couldn't have been in very good shape.
What do you mean by that?
Well, you said you replaced it and it was equal. But then a little while ago, you said it was shattered and that's why you replaced it.
I replaced it because prior to the hailstorm, it was in perfectly good shape.
Okay.
At the end of August 2013, basically every house in my neighborhood lost their roof because we literally had 20-ounce softball-sized hail. So it shattered concrete tile roof. It shattered redwood planks on my deck. It shattered windows. It shattered, well, it didn't shatter, it dinged my siding, and I had a choice between trying to sand and repaint some cedar siding, which would never have looked right, or to do it right and replace it. But I replace things with equivalent value. There's no improvement to the roof. There was simply repair, replacement of shattered roof. There was, again, I was given money to repair 2 sides of my house. I thought, it's never going to look right unless I do the whole thing, so if some of this came out of my pocket.
I have a motion, by the way. 400,500, I think, was fair for the increase. Based on the improvements and the comparables, I think it's more an actual on this property, just from what I've seen up there, what I've heard on the comparables, and on the improvements. So that'd be my motion.
Second.
We have a motion and a second.
I do have a question. How old a house is this?
1993 is when it was built.
1993? Is that the original roof? Because if it was, your shingles were shot. They're only supposed to last about 20 years, so.
Yep.
Then I doubt it was the original roof. I can't answer that, but there was a fairly substantial price increase between 2000 and 2002. Perhaps
a new roof.
They put a new roof on then.
Could be, yeah.
I don't know, though.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, any further discussion? If not, we do have a motion and a second. All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Arizona last year did.
Okay.
Sister's home.
So it's going to be 400,000.
Kevin?
Concrete roofs have 20-year life cycle like the asphalt. I don't know.
Whatever.
It's concrete roof. Yeah.
Next on our schedule
Except
are
for hail.
2 properties, Dakota Storage Solutions and West River Properties. Those were omitted properties that the board added to the tax roll the last time we met. We don't anticipate those people come in. This is, again, one of those things where they had the right to, and so we put it on the schedule in case they did. But they're not. So you don't need to take action on those. The next several, we don't anticipate property owner coming in. For our schedule from 1 to 2:30, the last one is Marlon Bunny. Trevor expects that owner to be here, isn't here yet. So we'll deal with a few of these that we don't expect to come in. Williams, Roush, and Hall. we have been told that they're not coming in, but our office has a recommendation on those. We'll just go down through those. Joe can address Williams, and then we'll go to Roush and Hall, and we'll see if Bunny is here. And then when we get to 240, we're looking at two of them probably going to show. So that's how our
Bunny
schedule
gets here, we
looks.
could hop down to that one then.
What?
Hop down to the.
Hey, that was too good to pass up. That was too easy.
I think you drank it.
The property I'm addressing is tax ID 63434. It's Gary and Deb Williams property out south west of Wall. They went to the Wall Board, and the Wall Board reduced their value to $6,700, which is the same value as the property that is also theirs, just to the north of this parcel. I called them and explained to them how we assess ag property that is based on the crop soils and pasture soils. Went down there to the property, drove around on it. It's basically buffalo grass and cactus, but it isn't the same as the property just to the north where the white stuff is. And so talked to him about the value, and I did make an adjustment, a minor adjustment to his cropland. So I'm recommending a value of $17,900 for their property, and he was okay with that value and understood the process and wasn't going to come in today.
Do we have a motion?
I move to approve the amount of 17,900 on parcel 63,434.
Second.
Motion and a second. Discussion. Hearing none, those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
The next property is the Roush property at 9890. This is in Wasta, or right outside of Wasta. This is similar to the property that we already worked with, Jill's property from earlier this morning. I went out there. This property doesn't have any utilities, so the Wasta board actually lowered it to 10,000, from 14,500 to 10,002, but based on where it is and being consistent with other properties that are similar to it, I recommend a value of 7,200.
My motion is to reduce, I can't find the number, PIN number, nah, I don't want that. That property, whatever it is, down to 7,200.
Can I ask something? You just said it was 10, they recommended 10.2, we said 14.
We get a second?
We're at 7.2?
Tax ID 9890.
I'll second. She seconded it.
Nancy seconded it. Did you get this down verbatim?
Every word.
Please don't.
No, but,
No, this was.
14,000.
Initially, it was done at 14,500.
Yeah.
And that, I looked at the land properties and some sales and stuff like that.
Thank you.
I didn't hear the motion
Thanks,
maker
Joe.
say that. But
Said what you said, or what he said?
said whatever.
Now, we're voting on 10-2 or 7,200?
7,200 is my motion.
7,200.
Okay. I don't understand the talk from the other end of the table. I only know one language, kinda.
Do you want a roll call vote on this? All in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carried.
Just-
This is for David Hall's property, parcel number 1326. It's located in Box Elder Original Town. So this actually went to the Box Elder local boards. They made a reduction on it. I asked to bring it back to the county levels until I had a chance to visit with the homeowner, because this is an area that I had done some review work in last year, so I wanted a chance to talk to the homeowner. And given the opportunity to do so, I recommend no change from the change the local board made. They set it at 95,000, and I'm fine with that.
That'd be my motion.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
Thank you.
We're getting good.
So for that time slot, we've only got Marlon Bunny. Just to give him more time, let's skip to that last page, and we have Laura Pankratz and Marvin Forkner. We don't expect to come in. We can deal with those. And then Bunny has had plenty of time, and at this point is probably not coming in, but we can deal with these other two first.
On count number 47850, Laura Pankratz, I visited with Laura. The local board lowered the land on there, and I called her and I said that we'd have to bring it back and appeal it back. After we visited, she had wanted it lowered because of ag land around her. She thought that hers was higher than it needed to be, and I said, well, they qualify for ag and you don't qualify for ag, so she's gonna get more organized and come in next year. And so I'm just want to reinstate the $75,700 on this parcel at this time.
So moved.
Second.
Motion and a second. Discussion? All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carried.
Then we can do Forkner.
You again?
Me again. Yes, sir.
Richard.
I talked to Mr. Faulkner and went out and looked at the property and everything. This is a property over in Box Elder also. The ID number is 19658, and it's a commercial property. He went to local board over there. They reduced the building by a lot, and I didn't feel that was quite right. I went over and looked at it. We talked about it and everything. I did make an adjustment to the building, and my recommendation is for the land to stay the same as it was at $133,300, the building to $148,900 for a total of $282,200. And he's in agreement with this, and I think that's pretty close.
We're not going to have you talk so much, Richard, because I'm going to move approval.
Thank you.
Even though I like the way your
there a second?
personality is.
Have a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
Who seconded that? I'm sorry. Thank you.
What's his name down there?
That guy down there, whatever.
Yeah, whatever.
That was so funny.
Okay, any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carried.
Thanks.
Okay, Mr. Chair, we have, on that 240 time slot, we have two property owners, John Pasica and Marina Pinion, maybe? We don't know if they're coming in, but they are expecting 230, 240, and we skipped over Bunny. So I would suggest maybe you recess or whatever you call it until 2:30, and then we will know whether they're going to be here or not.
That'd be my motion.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
Did they vote to take it down? Yeah, see, this is last year's. But yeah.
They voted to,
Yeah.
that's the number.
101.86. The reason that is because they've looked at it and looked there, they even commented out there, they can't believe that it could be that jump like that and be that high, especially down in that area. Because see, I'm in the 100-year floodplain, and like I say, all them, there's a lot of properties, and I'm a salvage yard. So it ain't like having a motel on it or having a shopping mall on it. And I was kind of going by what some of the other salvage yards out there are.
Okay, you got M&W Towing, they're on Radar Hill Road there. And they're 31 cents a square foot. Leffler Auto is 23 cents a square foot. And Olson Auto, I noticed M&W and Leffler went up this year from 14 cents to 31 and 23. And Olson Auto's still the same, 12 cents a square foot. Seems like I say, you're talking 85 cents a square foot for me. Yeah, I mean, that's hard to afford to even pay that kind of tax when it's a one-man operation and the business is way down because of them car deal. So I don't understand why it's so high. And it seems to me like the city commission out there ain't got no say at all.
How much square footage, John, were those other junkyards for the 31 cent and the 23 cent? What was the square footage compared to yours?
Okay, you want the square footage or the acreage?
Square footage.
We've got both.
Yeah, I don't think I wrote the square footage down here. I was gonna.
We have your square footage, but you did comparables with two other junkyards that were 31 cents and 23 cents
Yeah.
per square foot.
And I didn't write the square footage down. I got the acres.
Right.
But I mean, when you're looking at that, you're not looking at junkyards, you're looking at location of the property. I mean, you know, a junkyard in the middle of New York City is probably gonna be, you know,
Same amount.
$100,000 a square foot. But it's where it's located. I mean, you can't compare this located there to one located on Radar Hill Road. You're not comparing junkyard to junkyard,
what if
when you're looking at square footage anyway.
But Buskard, if you had your junkyard there 30 years, now all of a sudden the places expand around it, all of a sudden now we say, okay, we could sell your property for more money. It's what's on there today, isn't it?
It's what the value of the property is.
You're saying box elder should be even less?
Try to clean up a junkyard?
Well, no,
And what the cost that would be?
No,
The land would be a lot to clean up.
Well, see, the reason I wanted to ask something too here is got the reason it was denied. Oh, I thought that was on this. Yeah. Reason for appeal. Local Board of Equalization action did not reflect market value of appealed property. Well, what's the market value?
Okay, maybe if we hear from R3 that,
Excuse me, Mr. Chair.
you kind of round this out a little bit, so
Richard's going to tell us, John.
Mr. Chair, if I could, before he goes, Commissioner Buskerud, you're absolutely right, location and the floodplain, how many houses are you going to build in the floodplain?
Yeah, but that's got to be taken into consideration.
Big time, big time. Thank you.
Okay.
That's the
Go
bottom
ahead.
line.
Okay, and I agree, and it is. I made a little map here of that whole stretch right along there, and every one of them, from all the way from the quick shop, you know, to clear over to as far east as you can go, are all in that flood hazard area and so forth. And I have 6 sales, recent sales, that are in there, and I have 85 cents per square foot on everybody's land in there, all the commercial properties, including Mr. Pasica's. And his is over here in the green. But I have 85 cents on all this land, on every commercial property there. And the local board lowered his land, on the only one along there, to 38 cents per square foot. And that is not equal. And you know, his buildings are not brand new. I would agree with you, John. That's, you know,
Well,
and let me finish. And so I have 6 sales here with that 85-cent land on there, and I'm right on the money with them just about. I can go through them, each one of them, of what they sold for and what we have them on, what I have on. That 85 cents just fits. And we had it on there for 2014, and now we have it on there. I didn't raise the land again this year. That 85 cents is where it's supposed to be. I had a land sale behind the quick shop there where they're parking all the semis and everything. That was $1 a square foot. And And it was 5 acres of land back there. And that was behind the quick shop. It wasn't even in any frontage. And a couple of these other ones are in different locations, just like Mr. Buskerud was talking about. This along the strip is different than that stuff going south or even up toward the base. I have $1 a square foot on land up there, and 75 cents going south there by Olson's and Leffler's. And then Leffler is actually back off the road by a quarter of a mile. He doesn't have any frontage along there. He does not own that front lot. And so he's clear back out in the middle of the pasture someplace with his place. And I have a land sale along there. Who's the guy that works on the boats? Can't think of his name. Dick? Oh, I can't, okay. I can't, he works on boats over there. He bought a lot a couple years ago and for 75 cents a square foot. And that's what we have in that area. In the area where Mr. Pasika is, I have 85 cents, and I didn't change that this year. I just left it. But the local board lowered it to 38 cents, and I can't, you know, that's not equalization to me.
38.
Does that help, or do you need more? I can give you our parcel ID numbers on the sales and everything if you want to look at them.
Mr. Chair, if I might, it's floodplain all the way from 4U to the base turnoff?
Yes.
The whole thing is floodplain?
Yes. Yes, sir. You know, if you pull it up on the map and we can do that, we can hit it. But it's got it upside down, do I? But it's flood hazard area all the way along there, every one of them.
So educate me.
Even with the mobile home parks there and everything. So, and I've got, his lot is what is it, 3.19 acres. And I've got the mobile home parks are larger than that, 5 acre ones and everything, and they're at 85 cents also for 5 acres. Yep.
Well, going forward, educate me a little bit. What does the law allow in the way of establishments in a 100-year floodplain? What's there is there, but if he were to build, or anybody were to build, what's allowed?
They can build in their 100-year, the 500-year.
I couldn't buy and build a house, could I?
500-year they can, 100-year they cannot. And there's also the fly zone that comes in there as you go up toward the Pizza Hut and everything up there that you can't do anything with.
Let's back to the floodplain, 100-year floodplain. Yeah. What can I build if I buy that property? What can I build in there?
First, you have to clean it up.
I think you have to, in the 100-year, don't you have to get above the mean level, and you have to build it up?
Yeah, the 100-year, 500-year you can build in, and you just get a building permit and go.
Everything above
any of the floodplain you can build in, but there's more specifics to how you build, and it costs you a lot more money.
Yep.
I'll just tell you that from being on the floodplain committee. You cannot build in a floodway, but you can build in the floodplain.
Would Box Elder give them a permit to build a house there?
Well,
could clean out the junk cars.
It'd be up to Box Elder, you know.
Well, isn't it zoned commercial, though?
What's that?
It's zoned commercial, right?
Yes.
So probably getting a house built there would be a little difficult.
Yeah, a house, I don't know whether you can build a house in there.
Well, just assume that it's there's no zoning.
Put up a shed.
Can you put something there?
A shed like he's got and so forth? Yeah.
What is it if we charge him 45 cents per square acreage? What is
per square foot?
Yes, per square foot.
So, before we go down that road?
I never said I was making a motion. I just wanted to see what it was.
Were you intending that everybody along there would be changed to 45 cents then?
I don't think.
Because that would be the fair thing.
Not really, not when you have a junkyard. Have you looked at the specifications on cleaning up the oil and the gas and this stuff? That's going to be a lot different than a building.
But there are many different places along there. If it's 45 cents that we change this to, then we have to look at all those other properties.
I'm going to disagree.
Well, this is equalization.
Thank you.
Well, Mr. Chair, let me throw something else in the mix. What's the size of this property versus the other properties?
Mr. Pasika's is 3.19 acres.
And what are the rest of them on?
They vary all the way from probably a quarter of an acre to over 5 acres.
And they're all the same square footage?
85 cents per square foot, yes, sir.
Boy, I'd have real trouble with that.
Can you tell me again what the 45 cent per square acre, Richard?
Tell you what that is.
$0.45, his land would be at 62,500.
I'll try it. I'll make the motion at 45 cents per square foot at 62.5.
Second?
Second.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further questions? In terms of the appeal to the local board, that was at the Box Elder City Board?
Council. Yeah, they was all there, the whole thing, plus the school board member, Larry Larson, now he's the new mayor. He was there, and, you know, when I talked to him about when he seen it that night, he said, I can't believe they'd do something like this to you. He says...
However, it was that way last year, right?
Well, but I come up here last year, but I got turned down.
Yeah.
And, you know, and that was the same thing was said.
So don't make it sound like we did something new this year, because it was
Well,
the same as last year.
Well, what the deal, like I say, last year I came, and got turned down. This year, and I said I was gonna come back because I didn't believe in what was going on with that. Because, you know, and that 45 cents, what Commissioner Hadcock said, I'd agree with that because I want to give you something else here, and then you're probably going to say, well, that's in a way different area. Well, I was going to give you an example of the junkyards on Seeger Drive. Now, that's all frontage. A&A is only 44 cents a square foot.
There you go.
And that's what they are, them junkyards around there. They're around 44, 50 cents a square foot. But this is, you know, you said them sales makes a difference on how you do the property. Well,
Certainly look at it.
well, that Dollar General, when they bought that, they paid $1 a square foot. Well, then how can you say that you're gone by that when this B&G Properties, that's right above them. That, yeah, that's, wait, where in the heck, I thought I wrote that. Oh, B&G Development. That's on a prime place. That's right up there by, it's on North Ellsworth and Liberty Boulevard, right on the corner where you stop, that nice piece of land in there. That's only 44 cents and 61 cents.
There you go.
So, you know, I mean, and then you go down, and Valley Village is only 29 cents a square foot. And then you go to Cimarron Mall, that's 23. Johnson Tree Service is 23. Pizza Hut's 23. And I know you're gonna say that's in a crash zone or something, but they're still in business there. They ain't saying they can't be in there. And I wouldn't be the only one that, just 2 lots away from me, to the west, you got that frontage lot. There's a frontage lot right there between what used to be the bar there. It's a Chinese restaurant now. You got that one lot right there, a frontage lot, 53 cents a square foot.
Don't try to pull defeat out of the jaws of victory.
Try to pull what?
I'm going to.
Quit talking.
I was going to ask you to speak only to the motion as to whether you did or didn't want it to pass.
Oh, okay, yeah, no, I'd be satisfied with that. It'd be better
Yes.
than what I'm stuck with.
Can I confirm the land value at 62.5 is the structure value going with the 48.4?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, any other comments to the motion? If not, those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion
Aye.
carried.
Oh,
One nay vote.
Okay, so I know so my land value is gonna be what, 42 cents?
No, 65.2 or something,
Whatever 45 cents is.
Oh, 45 cents.
62.5. 62,500 on your land.
Yeah, okay, so.
48.4 in your building.
Well,
For 110,900.
that'll be what the total is, 110,900.
yes, sir.
Okay,
Thanks.
sounds fair.
Only took you 2 years to get there.
Yeah, maybe I came in on a good day.
So, Mr. Chair, may I ask a question? Do we have to reevaluate all those other properties then? Or how does that work? How can we equalize when we have all those properties along the frontage that are now higher?
Good question, but you've done that before. This is not the only time. That's why our office brought this property back from the local board to the county board, because now it is not fair for all of similar properties. The board here does have the discretion to lower all of those others to the same amount if you wish.
Wonder how Box Elder would like that.
Yeah, now that he's no longer in the schools and he's the mayor, his opinion will change, John.
Yeah.
Well, you know, they was worried when he got in there that
That's exactly
that
right.
he'd be for the school and want to try to get money for the school.
So,
Well, I mean,
Mr.
I know it makes a big difference, because, you know what, this year, you know, I got the tax thing from that because of what happened last year. I'm paying Douglas School more than I paid for the whole tax the year before. See, so that tells you.
Yeah,
So-
watch those schools.
Mr. Chair, how do we go forward? Because I do believe that this is equalization, and if we're going to do that, we should make it fair for everyone.
Not every one
Down
of
the
those lots
city.
is identically the same. There's
Yeah.
no two properties identical. And what we found was this lot was not identical to the rest of those.
I think the cleanup of those cars and that gas and oil, just from the city, what you have to go through to clean it up because of the gas and oil on there, you're gonna see is a lot different.
That's fair.
Filling stations and I think, junkyards and different stuff have a different, EPA on them, I believe, when you wanna sell them.
And Mr. Chair, I would offer this, that in view of the fact it's supposed to be market value, I guess I would like to see an arm's length transaction go all the way down that strip and see what people would offer for the land. And it wouldn't be, I agree with Commissioner Buskirk, it wouldn't be all equal.
R3 does have some sales, and he can pull each one of them up and go down through all of them.
But this 3.19 acres, and like Commissioner Hadcock says, if I'm gonna buy it, I'm gonna discount for what's there.
We can look at those
You
sales. if the board
understand
wishes.
that land's different than an adjoining lot.
But this property didn't sell. We do have sales if the board wishes to look at each one of them.
The premise of this whole thing is market value. Market value, that means what? I wouldn't pay as much for his property as I would next door to it. Anyway, thank you.
Okay, what do we have left?
You have one property owner left. That is Pinion. The best information we have from her is that she said she works until 4 and maybe will come in after that. So we're not expecting her till at least then. We told her when her appointment would be at about 2:40, and that's the best we can do. We don't have a phone number for her. We don't expect her to come in, so I would suggest that you listen to Kelly and her recommendation on that.
Okay, I can go.
Yeah.
Yeah, you better go while the getting's good, John.
Well, I was just gonna make you a comment about that, you know, how the land use talking about lowering it off. So what makes the big difference is I got, just like you said, I got 3.19 acres. A lot of those are only a quarter of an acre. They don't notice that difference that much. I talked to a lot of them, they didn't even know it.
Bye, John.
Hi, Kelly Williams, Department of Equalization. The subject property is tax ID 18173. It's located at 4888 Johnston Drive. I did an interior and exterior inspection on March 23rd just to verify our data. The current assessed value is $136,300, and I'm recommending a no change to that assessment.
That'd be my motion.
Is there a second?
I'll second it. I have a question though. If she does come in later on, can we bring it back again?
You were still meeting tomorrow, so if she does come in, we'll have her talk to Holly and she can come in tomorrow. There might still be a problem with her work, but I don't know.
We could, do I have to make a motion or a notice that I want to reconsider it, maybe?
We will not adjourn.
Yeah.
That's right.
Okay.
We're going into recess. So I don't think you'd need to make that motion to reconsider or give notice, either one.
No, very good, thank you. 'Cause I would hate to have her come in the time frame and us not be here.
Okay, any other questions for Kelly? If not, we have a motion and a second. All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carried.
And that's all we have for today. Then we'll start again at 8 o'clock in the morning. We will start tomorrow morning with another list. We have mobile homes that we take care of at county boards every year. When a mobile home transfers, when it moves or transfers title, the treasurer collects taxes in advance. Because the taxes are collected in advance on those, we need to remove that assessed value, and we wait till the very last minute, the county boards, to make sure we've got as many of those as possible. Otherwise, they turn into an abatement later on. So that is simply a formality just to get rid of those values. And then we go right into appointments. And I expect tomorrow to be similar to today, where several people aren't going to show. We might have some gaps in time. I doubt we'll go past this time. Maybe we won't even get till 2:30 tomorrow.
Okay, my brain's on jet lag or something, but why did I lay aside Dolphin Boss?
Because we're going to bring that one back tomorrow. I forget who in our office was doing that, but he was going to gather some information and come back tomorrow, and the property owner is expecting 1 o'clock or something like that tomorrow.
Yep. 1 o'clock. Yep. Thanks, girls, for your time. Ms. Carey.
Okay, thank you. Does someone want to make the
Make a motion, recess till tomorrow at 8 o'clock.
Second.
motion in a second?
They might
All
need
in favor, say aye.
Aye. Log off.
Opposed? Motion carried.